start next time. So hello everybody. I am actually going to come over here. I think I'm practically over there anyway. I'm getting a fairly early start. I believe the earliest I'll start is like 9:30. But I'm usually always up by 6:30 or 7. So I'm kind of surprised though. I felt slow because actually I slept till like 7:30, and if G hadn't woken me up and hadn't had to get on with the routine, I may have still been sleeping. But the morning routine for me is rather brief, and then it comes a bit more flexible most of the time these days. Didn't have that unplugged that long. I don't think it drops that quickly. I guess I'm starting to get excited about the party too. So it's kind of like that. Boredom. Not really sure what I want to do next. And also, as mentioned, just a moment here. As mentioned, yeah, basically, I think I kind of did just say it, I guess, right? It's kind of like, I need to be up in the morning briefly, but then I don't. But it's actually a very sunny day out there. So maybe a bit windy, and I don't have any particular plans of anything to go do. Yes, that's at an angle because the bulb, I could see the bulb underneath and it was distracting me. And then when it's on, it would be too bright otherwise. You might not even really be able to tell, come think of it. So part of me does want to start the intro over there, though, even though I'm doing it over here. I don't really want to start the music until those people here. There's always the possibility of people tuning in after. It's true. Although most of the conversation happens live, and but then again, that being said, but I usually, especially during the days, I'm a little less distracted with the way my schedule is right now. So I usually have, quite a bit of time. If I did them shorter, then less people would see them live, more people might. But I don't know if that's even, and again, as far as the statistics go, I mean, we can't go by them. I mean, usually the numbers are accurate. Sometimes they're not, and we really have to decide for ourselves, right? But I must not put me on there because that makes quick the options, which maybe not otherwise. What was the other thing I was gonna say? Just a moment. So yeah, it's always good to kind of decide for ourselves what we think and give ourselves time to do so. But so I want to talk a little bit about the upcoming party plans, which I'm gonna also do virtually, as part of the celebrating and stuff. But there was something else I was gonna say just before then. In a way, if that person didn't stay, it's almost a good thing because I might need a moment here. Mind, it's also okay if they just give that to me. Just give me a moment. Isn't that a lyric for something? No, I'm thinking of a different song now, but no, I think it still is. Why doesn't that? Oh, that's just the rest of it, and the first part. It is weird because it's been a couple minutes, I guess. So yeah, I had a couple of things kind of floating through my head, and I think I did express one. I'm trying to remember what the other one was. I might just have to say that if it comes back to me, it comes back. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So we're going to do some music in a moment. Um, there was one song I kind of wanted to let's see, there's some briefly there. But that's interesting, actually. What is still there is almost like a message for myself as well. Um, and she I've not talked too much about it, but my friend who passed away, and I know some of you maybe feel like you hear about her often, but we never forget certain people in our lives, right? And it's good to talk about them and keep their memories and their legacy and that alive. I mean, it wasn't like she was like super duper unique, but she was a great person. Um, and I thought, just in case somebody doesn't see it, I would put the description in the comments as well. Um, and it was a little too long, so I took out I copied the second part and had the other part there. But if you don't send it through quick enough, which maybe it's just my device, because that would be annoying if somebody was working on a comment but they were also listening and they were just taking their time with it. Or maybe it's just a glitch sometimes. It kind of disappeared, but I still had the latter half. So already I'm kind of thinking that Ray's in here. And yeah, she was always about having a good time. I mean, she was so, it was kind of very nice for her that she had the kind of job where she could have a lot of fun at work. And then also, outside of work, when it wasn't family stuff or whatever. Yeah, it was. Anywho, so I've mentioned, I don't really feel like mentioning again. If you know, you know. If you don't, you can guess, I suppose. You may or may not be right. But, and you can also look at even just yesterday, I think, even though I did a really long one, just yesterday, um, I don't remember at what point. I want to say it was earlier and it was beyond the 30 or 40-minute mark. I mentioned, I am going to see, though. Part of it feels a little funny. I recently attended a workshop. It was put out there. People want to stay in touch. I've connected with one person, but she's very, very busy. There is one person I'm still waiting to hear back from. And I sent again last night with the whole India theme that was going on. And she said it's a cell phone. And then the other one, the message didn't go through, but she knows the other one. There's also a couple of people that I haven't seen in a while I'm going to try and get together with. But part of me feels awkward doing it the true party. And I emailed one of my fans / friends today, like just an hour ago, and I maybe said, around what time, their time, our time, but I may not have said the day. But I think this fits with that time. Either way, point of the matter is this morning I just found myself fairly strongly telling myself, well, I'm up. I had to be up for something. I'm not likely to get back to bed. I actually slept very well. So I might as well come here and have a good time, I think it really does, but mostly. And and there was someone here doing the like the first part of that statement. But anyway, I'm kind of repeating myself maybe a little bit. So let's get into it. The other thing is, I wanted to remember to say is that I was reminded about something about music, and it's slightly surprising that I needed a reminder, but I guess I did. And that is that, like any song, people either like it, get to like it. Sometimes a song will form a meaning for somebody at some point in their life, and they will start to like it. The one, we'll talk about that maybe in a moment, but the one part of this, one element of this. But yeah, basically, and Like this one guy that I follow on here, he's been doing a lot of originals lately. That was the other thing I wanted to add. Also, some collaborative songwriting in song form or just some ones, if you pluralize it, it's no longer just one. But anyway, so I follow this guy online who does music, and yeah, he's been doing a lot of covers. I mean, a lot of originals. And I suppose I might feel the same with covers too, because I do see him every day. You know, I kind of gotten to know his community over the past few months, and some of them have become mine as well. They've become mine. Sorry. No, I never mean to sound, like evil sinister. It's just every now and then I say something or I laugh in a certain way, and it makes me think it. But so anyway, it's been really lovely. The only thing is that I hear some of his songs. G personally feels a little iffy about his singing. Says his guitar playing is fine. And what was did you say amiable? Was it amiable or something like that? Like I definitely think that in some ways G likes the performer, and in other ways isn't his cup of tea, coffee, etc. But but um, um, yeah, basically, I just feel like I'm hearing those certain songs. Oh, and of course I'm hearing those certain songs 8 hours ago. That must have been right after I posted it. And yeah, I slept about that long. That makes sense. Every time I go there. And I guess, that's also the thing. I mean, he does it for the chat and for the people that haven't heard it and for the people that have, come to love his music. But, like I say, some of us also probably feel like, it's just too much the same every time. To talk bad about this person. But it is kind of my feeling. It's just too much. That's interesting. Monday, this week, too much the same. I try and be a bit more variety. Sure, there will be certain topics that sometimes come up because I'm passionate about them, because I think they're important. If people were to ask what are my favorite bands or my favorite music, I do struggle with that question. And it's not because there aren't any. But yeah, certainly there are some people that, they, totally don't mind hearing the same song often. They often have them in their little playlists, for just that, on shuffle for just that point or just that reason. Also, I've been learning, and I'm kind of semi-surprised I didn't know this already, but I've been learning that in India is an example of a country that Christmas isn't. I mean, I guess it makes sense when you think that Christmas started, and for a lot of people still is, a Christian holiday. But it's also, like I say, very commercial, very just kind of everybody's celebrating it, so we will as well, kind of thing. And I know it's not always an easy time for some people as well. I don't want to be super specific, and it's nobody that follows our channel. So if anybody that says they're from India that you see, don't jump on them. Plus, I'm sure that they have, unless they want to. I'm just kidding. I'm sure that they have their reasons. Um, and a lot of the religions are actually very similar to each other. And I've heard a pastor agree with that, so it must be true. Although he's also forced the people vote. But anywho, so basically, that was close. Yeah, that's the risk with this cord being where my foot is. It's still plugged in yet. Anywho, but she switched from Hindi to Christianity, and unfortunately lost a lot of her family when she did that. But they just didn't accept her. Um, it's sad. She also hadn't been to her home country in like 50 years, but recently did, or somewhat recently did. It's sad, especially since, well, it sounds like she still has. I don't want to be super specific. I mean, it's a big, big world. It really is. And even if you know who I'm think, even if you know me in person and follow my channel and know who I'm talking about, um, you may not be realizing who I'm talking about. But she is in contact with one of her sons, and the other one passed away. So, or at least it sounds, yeah, and it almost sounds like the one that passed away brought them a little closer, and she even shared a story about how he reminded her that the one that passed away still loves her or something like that, and that's was very nice for her to hear, of course, right? But anyway, so this may not. Some people may have maybe tuned in or maybe skipping ahead to find out, is the party starting yet, and thinking this doesn't look like a party, but just a little chat while we're waiting for some people to come in, I guess. But yeah, basically, um, so um, she yeah, it sounds, and it's unfortunate that she lost the other son. But anyway, that's not what this is about. But so what I was saying though is that like, and maybe the person that was just very briefly there was like, yeah, and I've lost mine, and it can be hard to, oh, but either came back, somebody else here. It can be hard to accept it though, right? But we have to when it is what it is, right? I mean, and but it's never anyway. This is about partying, but what I'm trying to get to here is that I've made the statement before that Christmas is now coming. We've maybe had a bit of frost, but not really snow here. But even though our winters are long, the Christmas season, which I do feel mixed about, as I've mentioned, some about my family situation and how it mostly is, and how, you know, and that, we usually keep it pretty simple, but it's still a special time of year, I think. The decorations, the lights, the music, the nostalgia sometimes too. As you know, I'm fairly nostalgic. Um, and as a musician, like I say, the music is really quite quite something to enjoy for the most part. Of course, I have been in a big. I'm just going to try reloading this, and hopefully it'll stop spinning. In a big charity band at one point in time, and we did. Uh, do some Christmas shows, and there's a part of me that misses it, even though it was a bigger group. And it's kind of like, so you really kind of you almost blend in more as a bigger group. Um, but that was a past chapter in my life. So that would not be really something that can be a current chapter, but there is a thing about making new memories and new connections to songs and stuff in general. If you're anything like me, and we'll start the party in a moment here, but if you're anything like me, sometimes it's still hard to forget the other stuff. But over time and with enough new connections to a certain something, I do think it's possible. I do think it's possible. Or at least, even if you still have those other thoughts and feelings, you can still have the good ones too, right? So, but anywho, um, it occurred to me. So I don't know. I guess it just maybe what it is I feel like I'm in the mode for Christmas music a little earlier than I usually am, and even though we often have some more snow, not maybe a lot, but more than almost none by this time of year. Um, we don't this year. It's been very seasonably nice here, but it's kind of like even though, and welcome by the way, even though there's no snow and it feels a little bit early, I told myself, even if winter lasts a long time, Christmas season, and again, I understand if it's mixed emotions for some of us, I relate to that, but there's also good feelings, I would say, or there can be. And so basically, that music, unless you choose for it otherwise to be, but at some point people may look at that a little weirdly, uh, only is a kind of for around 2 months, and some people, and some people aren't even really familiar with it in their country. It's not really, you know, like it does really make sense that possibly because Christianity is, and that's not what this video is about, and I will party in a moment, I promise, isn't the main religion there. Um, it's unfortunate because, like I say, there is so much nice stuff about Christmas, even though very materialistic, that doesn't have to necessarily be faith-based. And I know a lot of religious people, and that may be why that one guy kind of left abruptly, or because he knew it was late and I was trying to wrap up. And like I say, I do think I look better on the bigger screen. I know that's on the bigger screen that I record this on the laptop. Well, I mean, doing that, I don't know, probably not. But anyway, point of the matter being is that he is not necessary, really. Is that it's okay if you wish to celebrate it in a very religious manner, but it's okay also if you just wish to celebrate it. But so I want to be introducing that stuff to them, to some of my followers in India who don't, or other countries even, that don't really celebrate it, because they can still like the music and they can actually get to quite enjoy the music. And then it can be kind of like, I don't just have to do it once and then say, okay, I guess I can't do it at all again this year. So I'll do some music, and then if they decide, oh, I'd like to hear that again, then I'll do it again. So the first song that I think I'm going to do, I mostly relate with it. And basically it's and I haven't played it really since last year, but I think it'll be easy enough, or I'll figure out a way to make it easy. And the other thing is I might do it slightly different each time, even without really trying to. It might just kind of happen. So I guess my tablet's over there, right? No, it doesn't look like it's over here. Might be hard to tell with all this stuff, but it doesn't look like it is. Yeah, so this song, kind of what it makes me think of is even though sometimes getting out of our comfort zone is good, sometimes being in it is the best thing we can do for ourselves. It's the best thing we can have for ourselves. Thanks for this, for the like there. I appreciate it. Sometimes, staying away from the family stress, drama, commotion of the holidays or celebrations, and having a digital party of sorts is the way to do it. Is the more enjoyable way. Thanks for all the celebratory. I'm getting a sense that it might be someone watching who I'm familiar with. Now there's a second one. Either way, don't be shy. And if I'm familiar with you, you probably aren't shy. And I do have a couple of questions I'd like to, and now we're down to one. I do have a couple of questions that, because they may be like, I'm not shy, but, I feel like you're going to make me talk to you. And you're right. No, just kidding. But it's never forced, but it's invited. I don't know if I should just put it in the chat, maybe. Also, and we have two of you here, if I'm just going to type it, but I guess I'll say it as well. if you've ever been to the channel before or how you came across it. And if you want, where you're watching from. So I have a few things in the chat that you can see if you'd like. I'm going to jump right into the song because I think I kind of just said kind of what I would for a little intro about it. And we have someone who has given us a nice quick like and seems to want to be here, so I appreciate that. And, you know, like I say, depending on where you're from in the world, you may or may not know this song, but going to hear it now. So, yeah, it looks pretty easy. I mean, I am just kind of getting into the piano again. I've been playing with the new keyboard, like I mentioned in one of the comments, and asked a question there. Might also do some virtual songwriting here, but I'm not used to lately playing both hands. Or when I do, I somewhat improvise, but I'm not the greatest at that. And I know I'm really chalking my abilities up, aren't I? Let me just start the song, and you can see for yourself. And again, like I say, it feels a little bit early in the day and a little bit early in the season, but then I said the things that I said, so it feels right. That was the first song. Just kidding. And this party is also, you know, you can add to it with the things that you say, you know, to make it the kind of party experience you'd want it to be, you know, but I'll do what I can too. It is, oh my goodness, did I start this before 9 o'clock? Like I said, usually the earliest I do is 9:30, but yeah, it's just 9 o'clock now. I guess I was starting at like 8:30, but again, I had to be up at 6:30 or 7. But no, well, 7:30 this morning. Okay. I just learned an E sharp. That's an E sharp? It looks like a D sharp. Maybe it's a D sharp. Sorry. Guitar is my main instrument, and I'm wondering if I actually should do this on guitar. But I'm sitting at the piano, and I'm kind of feeling like that. Let me do it on the guitar first. But, I mean, I figured that out. But when I'm trying to do both hands, it's a little bit not my forte as of lately. And we're using good old bread clips as picks, and for some reason there was 2 in there. So you get 2 strums for the price of 1. Well, there's no place home for the holiday, 'cause no matter how far away you go, if you have sunshine of the spring for the holiday, and Mariana lives in Tennessee, he was headed for Pennsylvania and some homemade pumpkin pie. Pennsylvania folks are traveling down the sunny shore, Atlantic to Pacific. Gee, the traffic is terrific. Oh, there's no place like home for the holidays. Yeah, no matter how far away you go, if you want to be happy in a million ways for the holidays. Home that knows joy and laughter filled with memories by the pool. There's a home you'd like to welcome with your heart. California to New England down the sunny shore, from Atlantic to Pacific. Gee, the traffic is terrific. Well, there's no home for the holiday, 'cause no matter how far away you go, if you want to be happy in a little way, for the holiday, you can be home for the holiday, can be home. already almost forgotten it. That came to mind, but I don't think I'm going to do it. That pick is not great, by the way, so I'll try this one. It's not even a pick. I don't know where the pick is, like I say. But it did also occur to me, like I say, it's been since last year that I heard this song, and possibly, like I say, a little later in the month. But it occurred to me a couple things. One, that could also mean going back to your hometown if you have the means to and you're able to see family and other connections, and it could mean that. Also, there is a movie about that there might even be two, an old one and a more recent one. I don't know if I've seen either, so I might try and do that this year. So yeah. I don't know if this song is awkward or not. It's kind of a silly song, but it might be considered awkward. Any guesses? Like, oh, when we're talking about Christmas songs? Oh, so I'm just kidding. You being good, honey? Ooh, honey. Take this. Oh, yeah, that's right. I have to find out. Is my tablet over here? Yes. Anybody watching? No. Oh, actually, yes. I see some hearts. That's the other thing. I guess the other thing to mention is that on and thanks for the love, by the way, and feel free to like if you haven't, subscribe, comment, hit the notification bell. I may not actually be available during the day tomorrow. There's also a part of me that wants to wait till Friday, but I know how Fridays can be for some people. Some are very much ready to party and don't have a party to go to, and a lot of people do. But anyway, point of the matter being is Thursday during the day, I might not actually even really be around. Because I found out about, and my email wants to be wonky again, but I found out about, although I probably would bike to the thing, and then is there a good spot to put my bike? This was, that one thing is at the door. This one, I'd have to look. I know kind of possibly the group, and it may be more than one that I found it, and see what I think it's at the hotel, not far. But yeah, I might not be able to go in with my bike, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I could possibly try and walk it. Point of the matter being is there is a thing for people in the film industry, which I'm not super strongly in. What is the problem? Seriously, your ball is not there. Now hush, or I'll send you upstairs. Sorry, a dog. Film industry, and some of the areas are not areas I'd be interested in working, but there was a couple that would, and it's only a 2-hour event, but the getting there and coming back, especially if I'm on foot, I could be pretty tired afterwards. So, I mean, I might still do the evening plan, and then, Friday and the weekend, possibilities. But like I say, I was ready to do it now. I'm very surprised. I don't know what's going on, if it's a technical difficulty or, I mean, I'm seeing what I put there. And that other thing wasn't accurate when it said, what was it? When there was more than one. But but yeah, there's been a like, there's been, okay, you know what? You're being very annoying. I didn't want to send you upstairs so early. You just came from there, but if you're going to be this annoying, up you go. Up you go. Thank you. I don't know what you're barking at in that corner. Are you playing Place in the Nickelback? Tell them to close your car. Party is this? Just a painting and a bunch of stuff on a shelf. And that's exactly what kind of party it is. Congratulations. You're intelligent. I didn't doubt you for a moment, though. No, just kidding. Sorry, the dog was distracting me, And if you heard him upstairs, he's nicer than he sounded, usually. He was being really wonky. But yeah, so I appreciate the hearts and the celebratory reactions and that. But like I say, some of the people I've been talking with on here aren't shy either. And I get along with most people. So, oh, that's I just went and plugged that device in. And that's probably the only other device I could see it. But I'm seeing what I put there. So I'm guessing that the comment section is working. So, and still seeing the pictures there. But yeah, basically, what was the other thing? Yeah, but see, the other day I actually, and it wasn't intentional, but I started before my friend Maxie, but then his, when he started, went above mine. I kind of realized that before I started rolling. And again, it's not that he does well, though, and some of the people there, some do come here, and I appreciate it. And one's actually a very lovely mod that we've recently acquired. But one of them, once he gets there, he wants to be there pretty much for the, I mean, he may wander off and come back, but he keeps it open to play in the background. And so I'm hoping he'll check out my inventory. He doesn't watch a lot of stuff, he says, but I'm thinking, but yeah, if mine is before his is even in the notification, then there's still hope. Oh, I feel like I need to do some dancing and moving, which might make me go to the keyboard in a bit and play with the styles there. You know, and as long as I'm staying, being well, G is happy and knows that I've been trying, and that kind of reminds me of my original song. So I'll bring that up in just a moment. That I'm working on. And then maybe I'll bring the finished song to the Thursday night or Friday party. I just know that with the virtual version of the party, which may be the majority of my party celebrations, but maybe not only, I do know that I'm going to want to have G in the GNC as part of it. And if he's at work, he can't easily be. Sure, I could call him on the phone when it feels right to do so, but I'd really rather actually, I mean, yeah, the thing, and that, but yeah, I really would rather that. And it'd be interesting if I'm playing with some of the styles on the piano and then somebody says, I think I hear a such and such in there, and I play that. That might inspire what we get Glenn to play, because there's so many options there. Now, this one is not necessarily an uppity song, but it kind of fits with the previous one. And I know the chorus. I actually don't know the other part. Lots of people are stars, right? Yeah. I know that. I do know the other part. I think I'm just not familiar with playing it or really even singing it much. And it's interesting. It actually has the tabs on here too, and well, the word tab is very large, but again, I struggle to follow that kind of stuff. Anyway, shall we do another song? Let me just mystify myself with a bit of morning mist spray for the ambiance. Okay, so if you have a song request, feel free to put it in the comments. And it doesn't have to be Christmas, but 'tis the season to try and be jolly at least, right? So again, I'm a little bit rusty on the piano, but I can also use the guitar. I can also use the keyboard, possibly some other instrument. I can also just sing, but I'm going to kind of give this a try. As well, of course, it's a song that I haven't heard in a year, right? But I'm patient with me. I appreciate it. I think I'm actually just going to focus on the chords, even though they change fast. So, I'm dreaming tonight of a place that I love, even more than I usually do. And although I know it's a long road back, I promise you, I'll I'd probably do other songs better, I promise. I'll be home for Christmas, if only in my dreams. And actually, I had a couple dreams last night, but lately, as I get older, as I am this week, and always, really, we're always getting older, little by little, I don't remember them as much. If I remember anything, it's right after. They were enjoyable. I will say that much. I wish I could have kept sleeping. And I actually, if I hadn't looked at the clock and then Gia came in the room, I may have just fallen back into them. But that's not always easy to do. Do you have any song requests, whether they be about dreams, holidays, or anything? I'm kind of, like I say, it's been a while since we've had this kind of music out, and it's getting to be the season, so I'm kind of looking at this, but I'm not focused just on this. And I also feel like I kind of want to move and groove a little bit in this. I feel like I want to dance, prance, as I sometimes say. My body feels the need for that, and it also is part of the partay. Yeah, but I'll probably, unless it's like yesterday, probably not be still rolling when I drop something off. So I don't think it'll interrupt us, but if it does, it will just be brief. So what I'm thinking actually is going over to the piano keyboard with whatever the next song will be from this book or from your suggestions. And it's been a little bit of a slow start, but let's hype this up a little bit and have some fun. It isn't, like I say, and I think with most of them, I didn't send out a mass thing. For the most part, I sent it individually. With some of the people I invited to the one tomorrow, again, like I say, I did kind of mention during the day, but although, I might not go to that event because it might be raining and I'd either have to walk or bus, and I don't have bus fare, and I really would rather not bus. But I also would hate, it almost feels like a gift, because it's an industry I want to work in. I'd hate to not go to it, especially since it's on that special day for me. But, this might be a good song. I was thinking Pink, but I was also thinking BNL. And I know this might be a little bit of a odd song, but just to kind of veer from Christmas for a little bit. And it kind of fits with the birthday week theme. This is a BNL song, if you're familiar with them. And I'm pretty easy to get along with, so it's not forced, but invited to join the chat. And also, hi, lovely to see you, my friend. I appreciate that. Now, when I was born, looked at me and said, what a good boy, what a smart boy, what a strong boy. When he was born, looked at me and said, the words for that one, and for that matter, the chords are pretty simple, but I'm gonna look it up and do it. This I think I'll cover tomorrow, kind of while I'm waiting for the people to arrive. Well, there was somebody there for about 10 minutes who maybe meant to like. They seem to be enjoying it. But we'll call this a little bit of practicing this song for tomorrow evening or Friday, whichever. And of course, I can also watch it back with them and enjoy it that way with them. And we can do our own thing as well. Oh, right, that's what it's called. Do you ever want to change? I'm noticing too, some songs, it's okay to kind of play with the style a little bit and get a bit creative. And some songs, it almost feels like it wouldn't make sense to. I sort of feel, although the chords are very easy, like this one wouldn't make sense to. Also trying to remember where I last left off. I mean, I can play the keyboard there, and I'm almost thinking that I might prefer that. So let me just migrate over here. And yes, that's right by the right by the I don't think a couple of these down. Maybe all of them. A moment. Just kind of setting up an area by the keyboard. I'm kind of feeling a bit more of that at the moment. And we'll go from there. I'll bring this with me. Of course, bring this with me. Otherwise, you won't get the full podcast experience. That is the thing. That is the thing. But yeah, I really love this keyboard. I'm not doing that for it. Too bad I don't have a hotter upper body. It's true to me, because I know this. Again, this is part of the no filter and just being very open way that I am. But it's kind of warm in here. It was chilly this morning, as it sometimes is when you first get out of bed. But it's kind of warm in here, and if I had the upper body to go shirtless, I might just do it, but I don't. I don't, so I won't. And you can thank me for it later. Or now. Just kidding. I know you said you didn't like this, but I just feel it was better. Okay. Oh. Take this off a bit. Style. This. Scrolly. Trying to remember where I left off in here. I don't recognize that one even other times when I've looked. So let's maybe say this. I have a guess as to what it might sound like, but let's just see. I mean, the dog knows. He was poking around over there and being noisy. When I was home, it's me that said, what you do for, what's my boy, what's your boy? When boy, you said, what you do, what's your girl, what's your got these chains. We're saying the same. Reputation calls. I think that does work. There's a part of me that feels like it's a little too clicky. And, we're about forming a click, but not necessarily hearing a click. You know what I mean? But that might work. Let me browse the styles a little bit. That was a Brazilian samba. Hi, Thomas. How are you? Hello, guys. It's just me today. G is at work, but so glad to hear you. I'm very much in music mode, which I'm sure you'll be glad to hear, even if you do get something from the other stuff as well. But first, I thought you said hello, geese, and I was going to say, how dare you be accurate? Almost. Partially. Sorry. Anywho, let's try that one. So, is Christmas big in your country, Thomas? And how are you today? Because in India, I've learned that it isn't. And maybe some other countries, but in a lot of countries, it is. Like if you look at Ukrainian is pretty popular with it. Hope you're doing well today, by the way. I'm just adjusting the temperature of my water. Cold with not as cold anymore. Oh, and you know what else I think I'm going to do? Just quickly, because I'm remembering to do it. I'm going to swap my chair tripod with the piano bench because my back is going to appreciate having a chair with a back. You know, G's older and does a lot more physical stuff, but that's part of the thing is I'm often kind of not doing enough physical stuff, but sometimes I am. Anyway, so remember to like, helps the video out with people that tune in. They'll look and see this has been rolling for an hour, doesn't have many likes, kind of thing, so I appreciate that. And so I'm going to hop right into this song. It kind of fits, and it's kind of a bit of a practice for tomorrow because it kind of fits with the theme on my mind. And I've always enjoyed doing this. One thing that I'm kind of curious about is, hi, Johnny Melancholy. First time here, I believe, or maybe you've been kind of in the background, but glad to have you here. It only says there's one viewer, so either Thomas left or it's being inaccurate. But speaking of getting to Max, I think, yeah, you're from Maxie's, right? Getting to Maxie's people before Maxie starts. Not that, he doesn't deserve it, but I appreciate getting the love too. He does pretty well, so I'm really glad to have you here. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're feeling melancholy in a good way. I think that's the thing. And Thomas, are you still there? I think he might be. It's sometimes wonky. So this song that I'm going to do is actually not the first song, but we're going to call it the first song. There's a part just after the first verse that I always thought was the chorus, and it's not. So whether you want to call it the pre-chorus or the chorus, that where it says we've got these chains, I'm curious to hear from you what you think that means. What how you interpret those lyrics. Anything could kind of be either, like you say. And I haven't heard this song in ages, so some of what I'm singing I might not realize until I'm singing it. Some of it's repetitive, but I like it, and I like singing it, and I like singing their stuff. So if you have a song request, feel free to put it below. So we're going to use D1 style, I think. Is that what I settled on? When I was born, they looked at me and said, by the way, I'm going to just stop for a moment. I would put the device that I'm recording this on a little bit more front on to me, but it's a laptop, so it would have to go right on top of the speaker. And I'm thinking, especially if you're having to use headphones, but either way, it might be a little bit too loud. But I'll look at the side after the song, as I've been doing, So this is Good Boy by, but Sonny was being a bad boy, so he's upstairs. By B&L. Just rubbing some lotion on my hands, make sure I get it rubbed in so I don't get it all on the keyboard. But then I might need to reapply. It's like, I rubbed it in too much. And if you have instrument suggestions, style suggestions, song suggestions, topic suggestions, feel free to put them in the comment. When I was born, they looked at me and said, what a good boy, what a smart boy, what a strong boy. When you were born, looked and said, What a good girl, what a smart girl, what a pretty girl. Got these trays around her neck. The one thing before we take the afraid of change, afraid of staying the same. When temptation calls, do we look away? It says we just look away, but do we? This song is the cross that I wear. Sorry. This is the head I wear, and then the shirt was woven around hand. This song is the cross that I bear. Bear with me, bear with me, bear with me, bear with me now. I like how he does that lyric. Some of them are a little hard. Bear with me too. Sorry, I messed that up. Bear with me tonight. I go to school. I write exams. If I pass, if I fail, if I drop out, does anyone hear but them? If they do, just to forget, cause I'm too good for me. Just show me my life ain't over yet. I wake up scared, just wondering if anything in my life is ever gonna change. I wake up scared, everything around me stays the same. There's the hair I wear, it was woven from my head. This song is the cross that I bear. Bear with me, bear with me, bear with me, bear with me now. I know it isn't right. I couldn't tell you I was wrong. Chickened out, grabbed a pen and a paper, sat down and I wrote this song. I couldn't tell you you were right. So instead I looked in the mirror, watched TV, lay back awake all night. Got these chains around her before we take a breath. Afraid of change, afraid of staying the same. Temptation calls. This was the nation I wear, and it was floating from your head. This was the cross that I bear. Bear with me, bear with me, be with me, be with me now. When you're born, me and said, what a good boy, what a smart boy, what a strong boy. When you were born, you said, obviously written for a girl. That was playing with the genres a little bit. He does have a way with lyrics, kind of like Pink, who's also came on my mind, and not because of the shirt that I'm wearing. Hello, my love, I've been waiting for someone like you. Okay, style 103. Okay, I'm gonna. For some reason, it seems to have two grand piano settings, and it doesn't sound at all like the other one when you have style selected. But your comment, who do we still got watching? It's either Tommy or Johnny, or maybe it's both, and it's just being inaccurate. Remember to like, and I believe you're already probably subscribed and hit the notification bell. That's how you got here. There was something mentioned in that song, which reminded me that I've started writing one today, and I might like a little bit of help and suggestions on it, if you'd be open to giving me such. Whew. It is still, you know what? I'm going to take off the socks though. I know it's virtual, and I had a bath last night, so my feet are fairly clean. So, no worries there. I don't know what that little wheel is for. What does it say? Pitch bend? Okay. I'm not going to play around with that. So, I know you guys aren't shy. I know that comments at least were coming through. Are they just not working now? Or I'm just going to look through this book if you have a song request, all that stuff I mentioned. This is winging it. You know, kind of like what Maxie kind of used to do and still kind of does, but he I'm gonna have to open this. I don't want to turn the boiler off because we are going to need it eventually. You know, as winter gets here, and as much as it's old and I'm a little bit worried about it, I don't want to have to replace it necessarily. And if I turn it off and it doesn't come back on, well, we might have to. And we ain't that rich. Donations welcome, of course, but not, again, just like conversation, never forced, but invited. I seem to remember, Johnny, if you are watching, and if you're not, then I'm wasting. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for the music. You're good in singing. Yeah, I've been doing it a long time. I appreciate that. That actually does remind me of a song, although, and they keep coming up, but I feel mixy. And in fact, somebody whose username very much relates to it might actually tune in. I don't know if she was available during the day, and I was kind of thinking I'd like her to see the ones that have already been done and the Partay upcoming, but this is like the pre-party party. Part 1, Party 1. I saw how that looked on the screen. But if Johnny is still here, and it just isn't indicating, because sometimes it doesn't, I'm not sure if English is first language or not, but I believe so. I seem to remember, this is the first time I've seen you in the chat, but I seem to remember in Maxie's, you had said that you have watched a couple. I was like, oh, I didn't know. I didn't say anything. Anyway, let me just see if this is by who I think it's by. And then I have a songbook here. And yes, I know that you're mostly instrument-based, Thomas, but do you ever write lyrics, or would you like to help me with some of the lyrics that I'm trying to figure out? I have so many activities at home. Chores, you mean, or what do you mean? But yes, I got like maybe a verse or a verse and a half written. I don't know if the course is in there somewhere, and I wouldn't mind some thoughts if you'd like to hear it and offer some. I'm pretty happy with what I got so far. I will say that. Yeah, it's by them, and I'm not too sure. Love the World Away. I wish I knew that. There is a song that kind of makes me think of, kind of just because of one of the words, but it's difficult to answer. I'm a little bit confused, but it makes me think of the church. But I know what I said earlier at the beginning of it. 10,000 years and half the world away. You celebrate Christmas in your country? Because I'm realizing that some countries don't. Or do you celebrate Christmas? That's, I guess, you're here right now. And if you don't celebrate Christmas to the point of not being interested in Christmas music, then I'll make sure not to do it while you're here. I'm not saying you have to go anywhere, but I'm just saying I will cater to your desire of not hearing Christmas music. And maybe, depending what they are, others. So far, this is the only Christmas book we have. We have another one that's got a bit of an odd title. My eye just caught this. Isn't this cool? Okay, cool. I always forget that this one is a Christmas one. It's always one of my grandparents' favorite ones, and with the Scottish cookies and one or two other things, I thought of them recently. I do think of the seniors home gigs that may not be for a long while. I talked about it a little bit in here because India apparently doesn't celebrate it much, and I can't believe I hadn't really thought about that. But again, for me, I do realize the religious context within it. I maybe relate to that somewhat, but I'm not like super, I don't really see it solely as a religious holiday, which is maybe why I thought, and everybody gets so into it. I guess it's just kind of like I was surprised to hear that some people don't. I think the 2 likes were here before you got here. I'm not sure. So just wanted to remind you, because again, we're an hour in, wanted to have a few likes so that people might be, if they go by that, they shouldn't, but they do. Anyway, this is not. It's a winter theme song. I never really thought of it as a Christmas song, but you might know it from a movie. I don't believe that Poland. Stay tuned for Carol of the Bowls. And what's the other one in here that we were looking at this morning? I think I hear a train. Yeah, we're keeping it simple here. I heard the bells on Christmas Day. I heard the bowls. Singing bowls. This one doesn't have anything in it. It's tiny. G's gonna try and learn to play these songs on them. I think he did last year, but I don't know if he succeeded. That's got stuff in it. This one doesn't. Some people are very finicky about. Yeah, this one's not a good mallet, but just for a moment here. Ever seen these, and what are your thoughts? Would it soothe your toddler, lull them to sleep, so you can relax and do other things? But of course, we love it when you have kids. You love them, and you don't want them to always be sleeping. It is true. But for some reason, knowing you have a toddler, when I did that, I thought, oh yeah. So I guess I heard that about but at the moment, then I don't know if you have to pick up your kids, and it feels like it's around that time. But anywho, so I'll do this song. It's all about building your memories, and the way I attach it to my grandmother is always kind of special. What is this? What is the she kind of like with my Godswill song again? Not that I'm trying not to be too religious in my podcast, and I'm not really that religious in my life, but I'm not either. But there's a song called Godswill, and I did a short ASL version of it just a couple of weeks ago, actually. I don't really do a lot of ASL or know a lot of it, but with this one, I think it's my grandmother used to go, when the dog bites, when the bee stings, or something like that. So I'll do it. I don't know how close you are to Austria or Germany, where this came from, but it's like, well, actually, we're not from the Thomas chat. Johnny, where's Johnny? Maybe his phone died, or something came up for him. But anyway, really glad to have you here. You're the only one here right now to play carols for my fans. Oh, I look forward to that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I subbed back to you. I'm pretty sure. I'm going to open your channel just in case. I know I've seen your stuff, and I don't usually come to it from who actually I haven't watched in a few days. Someone did it or not. I think because I wouldn't have remembered how to spell your name, even though I've known some Koskis in my life. I think that it's because YouTube told me. But either way, I opened it, and I'll sub if I haven't. But let me just see. Yes, I have. Have I hit the notification bell? Now I have. So yeah, okay. I guess it's a winter theme song. So here it goes. Do you have a favorite genre other than classical? Like for instance, when I go style here, I was at what, 103 or 130? Wow, this thing can scroll fast. Holy cannoli sauce. Like I'm in the Latin styles. We've got ballroom categories, traditional, waltz, children. Kind of curious about that one and what that might be. Even have one called pianist. I don't know if I want to put this full thing on. Do I want to put that thing on I had on earlier? I don't know. Do I? Don't really want something with sleeves right now. Sorry, I'm taking a while to get to the song. You know me sometimes, but eventually I get there and it's worth it, right? This one I'm extra familiar with, so it should, once I started, it should come up sounding all right. I haven't played it in a while, but do you do a lot of in-person performing, by the way, or just online? I know it must be hard when you have the kid, and I don't know if you have just the one actually, and you know, and got to plan your schedule and your energy and this and that around that. Okay, we got 3 of you here again. Open to song request. I put some comments in the chat when I started, just with some very short little thoughts and ideas and suggestions that I have within this and that. So feel free to look at that, and if you have song requests and that too. And I'll try and remember to share what I've gotten from my original so far as well in a moment. I'm almost tempted to do that first, because this song not everybody's going to like. I do understand that. And, you know, we can't please everybody, so I'm not entirely trying for that, but I want to please as many of you as I can, you know, with the content that I'm posting. Basically, I don't have chords for it yet, so feel free to suggest a chord pattern that these lyrics make you think of, and additional lyrics, whether in lyric form or otherwise. And welcome if you've ever been, and welcome if you've just discovered this channel. I'd be curious how and where you're watching from if you'd like to say. Conversation is never forced, but invited. Up bright and early in the morning, autumn sunshine is back. It's ready. I'm ready to party, so let's get on with that. I am nourished with these good times I've been having, but I also longing for. They haven't been all that often anymore. They's got a little stagnant, and I'm wondering my purpose, as lately the years have went by, and I wonder when, but this is why, and then whatever would come after that. So one reason is to perform for y'all. Now, I hate to delay the song a bit more, but I just kind of got the feeling that I might like to have coffee beside me. I had a bit this morning, and I ate what I'm going to have until lunch. If this gets really long, like yesterday's, I might eat on camera, but I'm just going to heat up my coffee, and I'll show you a new mug that I got. Again, this is, you know, very much, you know, for the most part, not entirely maybe, but for the most part, what you want this to be, what you want included in this, just say it. If it's something you want to talk about, something you want to hear, and we'll do it. And once that's heated and ready, I just don't want to make sure I don't overheat it and make it spill into the microwave, then I'll do the song. I really shouldn't have it in this, but so this says a bunch of places in Canada, for some reason, rise and grind. Your success is found in your daily routine. And part of that daily routine is pretty much podcasting. You know, what I mean is pretty much daily. Do I want one of these other cookies? I'm trying to decide if I like them. What did I have? I had a cookie and I had a muffin. So I've eaten pretty okay today, but I need the extra jolts and the I appreciate we definitely do have, Thomas, I've noticed that we definitely do have your podcasting style might be a bit more similar to G's when it's just him, but we all have our style, and I thank you for understanding that and realizing that sometimes I'm multitasking, sometimes I'm more in my head with my thoughts, and then I verbalize them for your listening pleasure, and every now and then I actually get to play in some music. So I'm going to do that after I finish this cookie. I could just put it down. Are you still there? It doesn't look like you are. If you didn't, how dare you leave it properly? Unless you had to, of course. Or the phone died. Then I'll forgive. There was 3 people here for a few minutes, though. I guess I wasn't being exciting enough in the moment. I wasn't exuding party atmosphere. But we can't be perfect necessarily. We can promise a party, but sometimes it's going to be more so the other people's energy that helps it along, you know. Added with mine, and that's a true party. It says the morning pre-party party. So hopefully the actual party will be a bit more exciting. But I'm really glad to be hearing from you, Thomas. The other couple commenters, even though they didn't stay very long, may have unintentionally forgotten to like. But that's the way it is sometimes. Right? Yeah, somebody last night, I almost didn't podcast late last night. I didn't think I was gonna, but I did, and somebody said they discovered me just by scrolling. That device is upstairs, but I think I noticed it, but I could be wrong. So that's kind of cool to think, because when you're on the other end of that, and you're the one scrolling through videos to enjoy, you're used to you doing that. But it's kind of interesting to think that other people could be doing that and coming across you that way too. So again, this particular song may not be for everybody. 100%, 100%, 100%. First time viewer, out of curiosity, welcome. This particular song may not be for everybody, but again, just tell me some song ideas you want to hear. I can read my lyrics that I came up with again. If there's something you want to talk about, and we'll make this viewing experience enjoyable for you, and I'll be along with you on that ride. You know what I am thinking I might do, though, to make this a little fancier, this particular song, because it's kind of I hate to say it's a boring song, but it kind of is. Interestingly, this morning I was hearing some disco on the radio. And we have a style in this keyboard called Disco Latin, believe it or not. And I think I've used it before. What does it sound like? Just let me get into this a little bit, get into the groove. I did notice the word copper in here, though, and it's funny because the other day I saw a cute puppy, and the guy either called him Copper or Popper. Popper would be a bit of a funny name for a dog, especially considering it's also something else. But I have had a dog named Copper, ironically, who sang to the mouth organ. Anywho, I feel bad that I put out up there, but if I can't watch him, he could get into things. He's kind of still a bit of a puppy himself. Anyway, so let's try this style. Raindrops on roses, whispers on kittens, right off of kettles, warm wool and mittens, brown paper packages tied up with strings. I do a lot of stuff. These are a few of my favorite things. California is cosmos strudel, doorbells and sleigh bells, filled with new foggies that fly with the moon on their rings. These are a few of my favorite things. In my classes and satin sashes, snowflakes that fall. Celebrate! Thank you. Then the lashes. Silver white winters that melt into spring. These are a few of my favorite things. Look at the celebratory symbols. Woo, I'm glad you're enjoying it. It'll get more party. Wow. Sorry, favorite thing. When the dark, when the beat, when I'm feeling sad. Good message in here. I simply remember my favorite thing, and then I don't feel so bad. That could have run a little bit longer. That little outro. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. You're going wild. One or both of you are going wild with the celebratory. You may have mishit it a couple times, or maybe you did mean wow because it was kind of wowing in a way, right? But cool. I'm glad that you're enjoying the celebration and getting right into it. So Out of curiosity, curious question time. What makes for a party with you? Because I want to keep that in mind, for future podcasts, but especially the ones the rest of this week, because there's something we're celebrating, or someone, I should say. I wonder who it is. Anywho, what makes for a cool party for you, other than obviously, I guess, what you're watching, or an enjoyable podcast? What kind of things do you like to watch podcasts about? So that was Style 104. Just gonna noodle with this while you're possibly deciding to say something. It looks like you both have left, but sometimes that's not accurate. So now you really have to comment or react or both even to let me know that you're still here. Saw myself moving the page. I was like, oh, I see movement. I see movement. Go on my eye. I just feel like it's soaking in fast. I mean, something may have came up, Thomas. He does have a little one, like I say, and for any of the other viewers, little one or not. But I at least heard the one song. So I almost want to put that little spiel. I'm going to open that up again. That the door, as long as I remember to close it before we open it again. It can be kind of noisy. Definitely windy out. Definitely nice and sunny blue sky though too. Holy cannoli. I don't know why I'm saying that. I mean, there's been a few days that have been cloudy, but yesterday was almost perfect. Like, it wasn't very windy. It was kind of cloudy, but mostly not. And it was quite good. This is so cool. I can very fast scroll this little scroller. Almost too fast. On the keyboard. And the dog knows I'm home, but he also knows he gets into stuff and he gets noisy. And I gave him a thing, and then he decided he was going to be so noisy. And it's just a bit distracting, as much as we love him. Save the noise for this party. That's the thing I wish, but Zoom doesn't work. I might do like individual video calls with a couple people, but other than that, I'm not likely going to be. Oh, dearie me. Oh, dearie me. Let me go get the. It's not that low, but I don't want to forget since I'm noticing now. I'm going to have to plug in the laptop. Kind of in the keyboard mode, so. Oh. Let me drop a few things in the process. That's always good and fun. Figure out how to use that thing, and if I care, or if I just want to make the most of my life while I have it and just enjoy it. There's power bar under the rug, which reminds me, I'm not looking forward to it, but Oh my goodness, there's a lot in this power bar. And I don't know what to unplug. We might just have to take a bit of a break when this has to be charging. We are at 55%. It says it'll last for about just a smidgen more than an hour and a half, but I'm not sure if I believe it or not. I'll keep the charger here to remind me of that, though, and I'll check it shortly. But yes. Oh, when I see it on the floor again. Not looking forward to it because it's so loud and this and that. But yeah, that thing is. And then once it was a certain circumstance that this particular item went through, but I'm going to recommend that people do not buy them unless they like fake snow. Because, yeah. Yeah. I should do that, though. I really should. Get it done. Do that. Because it's, I'm certainly not used to that mess. And, with me a little bit, so. But again, it's another one of those examples of I'm not necessarily super rushed. We've gotten a start with this video and the comments and the likes. And even though some people may expect to see higher numbers, including myself, I'm also thankful for the numbers that I do see. And, it's starting somewhere, right? As far as it's built up a little bit. And like I say, some people, they come to YouTube and that's what they're looking for. It did seem like there was a few people that maybe were first timers that, I guess I was asking one, but that was last night. Somebody had said that stayed for a few moments to try and decide for themselves. And if it was just because they decided, not to toot my own bugle, but I think they maybe judged too quickly. Or I was just having a bit of a slow meh moment. But to toot my own, not to toot my own bugle, but if it was some other legit reason, then okay. Understandable. I hope your day goes well and everything's all right or improves. I love how I put that. I hope that everything's all right or improves. I have such a way with words, don't I? All right. So, I need a pulling thread. Speaking of that musical, because I believe... No, that might be... is that Mary Poppins or is that Sound of Music? I do. But yes, I do want to do that. I do want to do that. If it's 12:30, I'll have to know ahead of time. If it's not, I would still have to know ahead of time, but it's no, yeah. Huh. It should be here well after that. I'm just going to remember to plug in the, well, I guess I could always use the phone if it needs to be plugged in. I don't want to keep the dog up for too much longer, and I do have a couple things sort of distracting my mind. But one of them is eating, and it's not like I haven't had anything this morning or that it's even that much into the day. And I did have that additional cookie, so I don't mind them. They're a little dry. They remind me of the vanilla wafers my dad used to love. But okay, so I'm going to do another song here. It's ironic, also by a Johnny Johnny M, actually, as opposed to Bonnie M. But they have a song, one or two songs I know. One of them might be one I thought of recently, which is kind of special and symbolic to me, actually. What are their big songs? The two most popular hits, if you know. I'm going to look it up just in case you don't know. And then Bonnie M, not Johnny M. But you know what I meant, I think. Some of you go, right. Think about Daddy Cool. What was it? I heard something on the radio before I started this, which is why I kind of put Grandpa into the description. I don't remember now. Wish I did though. I don't know if I know Belfast, but I do. I do know Daddy Cool, but I don't know if I'd cover it. But Rasputin is a little bit possibly of a controversial song. Hmm. 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 They have a few songs with names in them, and one of them is actually our dog's name. So I think we'll have to learn that one. We know one song with it already, and that could be either of the ones I just saw and possibly other ones that they have. But yeah, that would have been a very random and good suggestion. Although, it's just a reminder of my friend Ray. Um, karaoke days, we used to love to sing that one song, and it would get everybody dancing and just really in partying actually. Um, Voice. Um, it's great that this thing kind of multitask a little bit. Put me in the water, drop me in the air. Tell me will love be there? Love be there. I know I remember James singing that song, but was that the song that played at a funeral? I think it may have been. Or there's another song with a similar title and almost a similar sound that I'm thinking of. Like, I don't want to judge myself kind of planning the next party too much, but at the same time, you know. No, here. But I kind of do like playing that kind of stuff, and I find it enjoyable as long as I also let myself sleep. Yeah, so I think this is the song I'm thinking of. A little note above this, and I'm kind of just curious about it. This is just a cover. Lots of people do it. Lots of people do it. And anybody on the internet should know that lots of people do cover music. If they don't, they should spend some more time looking. Lots of talent out there. Preferably Brad Wydana, but there's lots of other people too. She says some may be wrong, probably is, but I did what I could. Have a blast, impress your friends. Impress your friends, dog, I don't care, go to town. The person who posted this. Let's see if it's accurate. If not, I'll find a different version. I think it's already accurate. No, it's already inaccurate. At least to how I'm thinking it. Should start with a G, I believe. No, maybe not. Give me a word, give me. I really think it should start with a G. It's the second version that starts with a D. I'm not good at these things, I promise. But there is a lot of. I'm kind of iffy about that. Okay. Well, they have a song called Compliment. I'm gonna have to look that up. That's kind of interesting. Dandy Life. That's an interesting title too. I should have put that name in that, I think, twice already. Can't remember what the first reason was, but then they have one called December. Maybe I'll learn that in December. But I want to go to the S's and try and find this one because it is symbolic. Like I say, I think I was at my friend's funeral in January, but even if it wasn't, I like it. And at the beginning and a few moments ago, something made me think of kind of her and that time in life. So I'm just C sharp. Give me a word. No. I'm looking for a version. Okay. I think this style works. Let me just see for a moment. Vox Humana kind of sounds interesting too. Come on, give me a G. This just has no chords to start with. That might work too. Give me a word, give me a sign, show me where to look, tell me what will I find. What will I find? It needs a styling with it too. See if that's interesting. Okay, so even though the accompaniment side of the keyboard starts around here, not quite middle C, but just before it on one side, when I actually start using it, it mutes a section in between it, I guess, so that you don't actually hit something maybe. And then it has the other section. I like this deep stuff, which it doesn't quite sound like it did a moment ago. So just a moment here. Welcome, by the way. Feel free to say hi. And if there's anything, there's some comments you can read, some I put, for conversation. I might share my original lyrics again, and I'm doing some music. And, it's just me here, but we're here to have a good time and enjoy each other's company. Right now, what I'm looking at. Okay, so where did that come in? Voice 079. Okay. And then this is what I had. Even though it rattles a little bit more than I first noticed, I seem to have the comments highlighted, or most of them, and I don't know how to undo it, which is weird. Okay, there we go. I like that deep stuff, but if I add the style to it, unless I just add a drum beat, but I'm still learning this keyboard. Might be something that G knows, but he's not here right now. So we learn together, and then we see the greatness that comes from it. I'm not going to spend too much time looking, but I'm looking. Okay, so I just feel like that needs to. Oh, maybe this. I just don't know. Oh, because I haven't hit those other buttons because I restarted. Okay. Well, they were kind of patient, but not very. Unless you haven't left. It looks like you left after 5 minutes. Just as I was starting to figure it out. Do I like that drum beat? Not really. Can we change it? There's one called a heartbeat, but I can't remember if that's a style or a sound. I thought I heard a good one a moment ago, but samba? I don't mind that. It might work. And one, well, it's because I have the styling, right? Actually, that doesn't sound bad, but that's what mutes it. Now it sounds a bit better. So let's try accompanying it then. But yeah, you just don't put accompaniment on, and then you just put the drum on, I guess. I don't know. That's how you do it. So that just sounds a little bit too high, maybe, but maybe not. Give me a word. It's not a super fast song, but I'm going to up the tempo a bit. Give me a word, tell me a sign, tell me where to look, tell me what will I find? What will I find? Lay me in the ground, fly me in the sky, show me where to look, tell me what will I find? Will I find? Oh, oh, heaven let your light shine down. Oh, heaven let your light shine down. That doesn't sound right. Oh, heaven let your light down. Sounds kind of interesting, but it's not right. Oh, heaven let your light. What do I think it is? Oh, heaven let your light shine down. Maybe something like that. Oh, heaven let your light shine down. Oh, heaven let your light shine down. Oh, heaven let your light shine down. What is that? What song is that? Love is in the water, love is in the air. Sorry, rough version, it'll be better in the next couple days. Just randomly doing this song, but nobody's here watching it. Love is in the water, love is in the air. Tell me where to look, tell me will I be there. Of course it will. Love be there. Teach me where to speak, teach me how to shake, teach me where to look, tell me will love be there. It will be there. Oh, heaven let your light shine down. I know it's really more like, oh, heaven let your light shine down. Oh, heaven let your light shine down. Oh, heaven let your light shine down. Give me a word, give me a sign. Show me where to look, tell me what will I find. Lay me in the mud, fly me in the sky. Show me where to look, tell me what will I find. What will I find? Oh, oh. Heaven, let your light shine down. Oh, heaven, let your light shine down. Funny if it got really bright in the room. I didn't know they were with us anyway. Oh, heaven, let your light shine down. Oh, heaven, let your light shine down, 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 down. Righty. In keeping with that fashion, they're like, it's too early for Christmas, or maybe I don't like this song, but it sounds cool with that style. And I'd say, you might be right. I think this could work pretty well with it. Might have to even be faster than 132, 142, maybe even 150. Is that too fast? Let's go with 147 and try it out. Have a little beverage. Perfect party beverage, water. Wide flavored cheese. Rocking around the Christmas tree at the Christmas party hop. Mistletoe hung where you can see every kid will try to stop what? Rocking around the Christmas tree at the Christmas spirit ring. I do all kinds of styles. Later we'll have some pumpkin pie and we'll do some caroling. You will get a sentiment breathing when you hear something. I mean, voices singing, let's be jolly, yeah. Voices singing, let's be jolly, deck the halls with boughs of holly. Rocking around the Christmas tree, have a happy holiday. Everyone dancing merrily in an old-fashioned way. It's really quite a short song. This version. It seems like a pretty thorough book. Style. Maxi fans, unite. We've got the German March. And what are we going to do it with? Santa. I don't know how this part goes. Sable? What's a sable for me? Nobody's here, so it's okay. It can be a little goofy. Extra goofy. At 54.2 light blue. I will like an additional fill. That's interesting. That's not a lie. Yeah, that actually worked quite well. I'm going to take a writing utensil and note that down. If I can find one. Where have I last seen one is the question of the day. And I might watch that DVD. Should I plug this in? I might need it occasionally. In fact, I think I'm going to remember to look that one up on here. It's a little bit of a funny, odd song. I mean, yeah, I share what I... Oh, that's a good reminder, perhaps. Does this have to be plugged in? Briefly, at least. 38%. Just a year younger than I... 2 years younger than I am. But this won't take very long to pull up, possibly. But... whoops, what am I doing? And yeah, as we wrote it, but any other word was just another word. But it's kind of a fun song that I am not that familiar with playing, actually. And that style seemed to work really well for it. As far as like, on the buy side of things, kind of guys I'm into, Santa is not really where my attraction lies. No offense to fat, gray-haired, bearded fellas. But I mean, there are always exceptions. There are. What can I say, right? But it's probably under the march or waltz section. 1, 2, 5. Perfect. There was actually a pin over here. I don't see it at the moment. Well, other than the one I just brought here, of course. But welcome. Okay. So one thing I'll say is I am slowly getting myself, and I mentioned earlier too, but it looks like you left or whatever. But hey, my neck was chilly. I had to put on a little scarf. Okay. And let's see what else we got here. And then there's zombies. Hopefully we'll find. Yeah, well, we can find it. And then maybe this one. Do not have any sheet music. It's all big stuff that I can't use as a bookmark. Humbug. That's what pens are for. Baby, that's what pens are for. Hey, when your friends aren't here, just enjoy a pen. I don't know. Again, this is the no filter. This is almost 2 hours in. Most likely anybody who's not here watching currently, and I don't believe there is anybody, doesn't look like it. And if there is, please just shrug it off, because sometimes I have no filter and funny things slip out of my mouth. And you might not think it's funny, but some will, and I do, and you don't have to think everything's funny. But other than that, we're well into this, and people probably didn't hear that. But I almost want to say it again. It was so clever and silly. But yeah, he knows. He likes to be up there. He knows he's in the way otherwise. So we have someone just tune in. So one thing I would say is there were reasons, perfectly valid reasons, and I'm not going to be the only one, that felt like I wanted to do a little bit of Christmas music. I don't really feel like repeating it, but they were very valid. And it looks like you loved it. Like, there's no valid reason for doing Christmas this early. You know, some people still, but it's kind of like, well, I mean, and a lot of people get the idea as far as like shopping goes of starting early before the stores get crazier. But that's the thing, kind of like shopping in general. That's the thing, is a lot of people think that way. I'm really worried about this dying faster than, what was it at last time I looked? I don't know, but it's only says it said it was gonna last an hour and 38 minutes, I think, and now it says it's gonna last an hour and 9 minutes, and it's 36%. It's dropped 2% in the past 5 minutes. What was it at before that? 60 something, I think. I'm gonna plug her in. Plug her in briefly. And use random things to prop this up. Don't tell it. It's okay. It's okay. There's stuff in front of it. If it fell, I'd catch it because it would be stopped by those things. But that's pretty stable. You got sugar cookies, but not sugar cookies. Muffins. Dishwasher in the chair in front of it. Dishwasher is usually a bit more fodder, but I should probably do a bit of that now, maybe. But yeah, is emptying the dishwasher really considering party? Is that what people call a party these days? That's what some people might say when they see this. But if they catch the right moments, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, that's a party, all right." Could have been a whiskey. Might have been the gin. Could have been a 3 or 4. I won't do a lot about drinking, even though it does say party. I'm looking at it. Yeah, no, that's a sad song. Kind of odd. So I'm just briefly got the laptop plugged in, and then I'm going to do some more music, and I'll stop there because I think you left. And if you didn't, let me know. Sometimes it's inaccurate. They shouldn't have that quickly. That's way too quick. Okay, I will vent about it a little bit. That's way too quick to judge. Like, I'm not judging nothing. You rock, you rule. YouTube is inaccurate sometimes, as far as the indicators. That's what I'm waiting to hear. That's what I need to hear. Come on, give it to me. Tomorrow is my birthday's this week. Let's just say that. I mean, that's true. I'm not going to specify what day. But it's kind of funny that the cashier's birthday was the day right after. It's going to be the day right after mine. Just want to come to a party? Of course, what about that? Oh, that would have been really weird. But she did give me discounts. That was cool. Want to come to a party? You know, the other thing about it, the other reason to do this early is, you know, we've all heard stories or known someone who either passes away just after their birthday or just before it. I don't think my health problems that I have are to the point where that's going to happen anytime soon. And I also don't really feel like, you know, like I'm going to be staying home now for the next long while. The weather, not bad out today, but it looks a bit windy. But, you know, I should be perfectly fine. So don't worry about that. You'll see me again. That kind of reminds me of something recently. Where's my tablet? I wonder if her phone was simply notified her that I'm should have. She started learning. It's a little bit early to call and ask about that. The other one didn't go through. I mean, it said it didn't, so it didn't. But I was just reminded of a song almost right that I was recently in. And maybe I should do it. I never got to do it in that group because they had the plans for that group. It was a short series of workshops, and that was the last one. They had plans, and to be honest, I wasn't really sure what I thought of my song choices, and if I really, you know, They're not bad songs, but I don't know. And I also haven't performed in person in a while, and it's a different feel. And even though the people are nice there, and I'm sure they would have enjoyed it, there was a small part of me, even I think after they said, no, we won't be able to fit it in. I'm sorry. Thanks for asking, though. That kind of felt like a little bit nervous. I'm mixed about that too, but and I feel a little bit disappointed. But again, there could have been totally valid reasons. I think he has. I do sort of remember that he said he'd seen me before. He didn't unsubscribe then. He didn't say anything then. Maybe he was a little unsure, and then he's thinking about it. And I don't know. I don't know how long he was watching today. I don't know if he jumped it right in and thought, you know what, I may have misinterpreted something, but he seems pretty cool. I'll comment him. Because that can happen. But then something else seemed to have distracted him. I don't think he's still here. But he said something a little earlier that kind of made me think of this singer. That can't sound it. Some people would hear it that way. It's a beautiful song by Matthew S. But yeah, he said something that made me think of one of their songs, which was actually at my wedding. And it's not necessarily okay. And then there was something. All right, I said you'll see me again. But there's also, someone dies in their sleep unexpectedly or something. I don't want to make anybody worry, but these kind of things can happen. And it's nice to know that even though it's been a bit quiet here, it's nice to know that I am kind of doing a pre-party, just in case something happens to me. But again, not very likely. So, not very likely. But just because we don't know for sure. And so it's good to get it done. Each one of these videos that I do, just like anybody else, perhaps even you, a lot of my followers that I've noticed, one that was here today does, but a lot of them don't seem to post their own content. As I mentioned the other day, they're more for watching other people's. I mean, I guess maybe she feels a little bit of extra responsibility. I mean, she's always pretty curious and happy to be here, but they and I think we should all post at least one video of us. We should So yeah, because it's for the people that love us and for the world at large. For the people that each time I post, whether I'm trying for it or not, to be that specific, it's like leaving a legacy. And I know I post a lot of videos, and lots of people do, and it's for some people that could be very overwhelming to look back at. But you do a little at a time. You do what jumps out most. You do what you feel you need on a particular day. you're looking through the titles or whatever, and you're like, which one of these speaks to me today? Because I've always enjoyed watching his videos. Not to be morbid or not to be, but it's only the truth, It's something that we all likely should and probably do consider our own mortality at some point. Real party topic, right? And yeah. But we've got a comment saying, I wish you many more years of success. It actually typed as years. Year equals years, or year abbreviated. Year equals years, rather, of success, love, and music, my friend. And let's not forget money. I mean, it's not all about the money, but money is always nice. And, love comes with the memories and the joy and the fun. And I appreciate that. And, yes, it's been a little quieter here. And, I'm starting to worry, even though this isn't like a super wild party, hopefully it will be in a couple of days in good ways, but it is feeling a little quiet and lonely. That song mentioned loneliness. The sound of loneliness. Out there running just to be on the run. I don't know, but we do got Ray, we do got Dad, all the others getting ready, setting up and celebrating. And sounds like they're going to party on my behalf while they think of me and what I meant to them in their life. Who's telling me that? I mean, it's very beautiful and sweet, but who's speaking that to my telepathy right now? Out of curiosity. Speak for yourself. I mean, not speak for yourself, but tell me who you are. And it's interesting. My telepathy, and other people that do this, when we do it, which isn't super often, sometimes we get visuals. And I kind of thought they were standing in this area, like to my side, but they're actually kind of, and, they would have been, still to my side, but they actually look like they're behind me because when I turned around, and I could tell that Ray, who's very much on my mind at the moment, not that they all aren't, really wanted to, was eager to come to the front and give me a hug and say, hey, buddy. And she is saying, hey, buddy. And she's smiling and she's like, woohoo! But it's actually what I just saw. It's like it was a delayed thing that I saw, but I did sense that my dad kind of made it came to the front, but I actually saw him kind of tap her and she kind of moved aside. And sometimes I wish there was somebody here to hear this, but because it's a very powerful, special thing. I don't do it often myself, but it's a lovely, special thing that I should do more. I stopped showing this actually. But sometimes when we have loved ones that have passed away, even if we know, we do strongly believe that they're with us, watching us from the other side, being there with us, such and such. Sometimes it's that physical contact that we really still long for, or that we long for the most. And even though it's not quite the same and may feel a little bit awkward, seriously, if you hug yourself as they would do for you, I would say imagine as if it's coming from them, but the thing of the matter is I would say it likely is. So know that it's coming from them would probably be the language. And if you're anything like me, you've got a lot of angels in heaven. And you need a lot of love as well, and you deserve it, most likely. So think of each one, perhaps, and just do a series. It's also good stretching for the arms, to be honest. Make them last as long as you want. Maybe you're bringing a certain someone to mind, and you either find yourself intentionally making it longer because of, for whatever reason, connected to that person, needed, would have hoped for, knew it would be the case, or it'll just feel really random. And maybe that's what you would have experienced if you'd been physically with them again. Especially, like I say, when there's more than one. Some might give longer hugs than others, but they all matter, right? So, that being said, although I do sense them around me right now, they aren't physically in the room. But I like to believe that someday I'll see them again. So I'm going to try this song. Then I have a couple chores to do, but I have all day to do them. I really didn't get much of a charge. And I'm not sure what else, but we shall see. Now, kind of still in the even if I play with the style of it, I don't like that one, to be quite honest. There are some songs, like I say, they should still just stay mellow. An Italian waltz might work for it, though. Just kind of put my own spin on it. Now, that looks like there's a lot of chords here. More than I would have expected to see in this particular song. Not because it's not a number of chords says nothing about whether it's a good song or not. Just like number of likes don't. Watch, this is when Gina comes in. So, but so I understand that this song I'm about to do, I haven't played it very much, but I definitely am familiar with it, and I heard it recently. I understand that this is not the style that it's, okay, and it looks like, but again, that could be inaccurate, that it's supposed to be in, but that's where I'm kind of having fun and being a bit creative to make my own version of this song by Westlife. Will always be a part of me. That's right, it's kind of middle stuff. I will never feel your strength. Need it most. And it does matter what type of C you give it. Did I feel like it needed to be faster or slower? I know I had a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. I need to kick that. Woo! Okay, look at posts. I'm gonna possibly go out or at least do a party video. And I'm gonna kick. And we'll see what we do from there. So, yeah. This just seems to not be. Seems to just be absorbing really fast. I'm missing parts of my head there. I like this style though, Italian waltz. will always be a part of me. I will forever feel your strength when I need it most. Gone now, gone but not forgotten. I can say this to your face, but I know that you hear. I'll see you again. You never really left. I feel you walk beside me, and I know I'll see you again. So, okay, I'm going to do the full song in a moment. There was just an unchorded part that kind of confused me. But aside from the chorus, E, C, G, D. Okay, E, C, G, D. And then what's this? I had time to tell you, never thought I'd live to see the day. The words I should have said would come to me. Would tell myself. That even sounds pretty cool. There's like a heartbeat sound in there. There's like a little, I don't know how to explain it, but I mean, it's not with every key or every chord I'm doing, that's for sure. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah, I really like that. And it seems like with that style, it seems like it put two voice stylings to it. Oh no, it's still got that one. But I guess it's got kind of it's changed this side of the keyboard because I have accompaniment selected, although not actually fully on. I guess, I don't know, it sounds different than it did earlier. But it's like strings with Vox Humana voice. That's beautiful. Okay. Don't think of Postmodern Jukebox and right off to look for that. Okay, I'll be right back. But yeah, that works really beautifully. I don't know which one I like better, with the accompaniment or just with the sound effects. To be quite honest. And then, yeah, okay. That was still early in the day. Maybe watch that if I can talk myself into it. Maybe we'll see. Is that about? I don't want to go. You come downstairs someday and let them know. What is this gun? So you better get started. He's not taking us to talk. If anybody's there, I'll be back in a few minutes here. Very, very short few minutes. The shortest few minutes of your life and of this live. Oh, that's one thing. I just want to take a moment for anybody that tunes in to hear how the one part of that song goes, because I'm not sure. It's one of the bottom comments, so they might say it recently. Not even actually open on Insta right now, so I don't know why they're saying that. You know what I should do, just very quickly? He looks comfortable enough there, maybe. But I do want to listen to this, because there was that one part of that song that I don't know. Oh, right. I put it out here. Charging it. I mean, I might as well, since I'm not at it right now. And then I'm just going to put a little note here as well. Back at the $225. And people can look at the chat and hopefully see that comment. Yes, I don't even see. Oh, yes, I do. Okay. So, yes, November 29th, 6 to 10. Membership can be purchased at the door. Membership required to enter for some weird reason. Our area museum, I thought it said something about City Hall. That must have been a different event. But one of them was at the FG Hotel, so I'm not really sure what that is. But anyway, I don't want to waste time. His other one might be signed in. I'll check. Good. Save to cloud for. Okay. Let me just see this. Yeah. That's not what anyway. The other one, like I said, really like the ending. I can my liquid pretty much to it. Okay, good. Well, that's good. idea as to how that sounded. So the idea is good enough for me right now. But yes, I'm about to let people post. And in the neighborhood group via mine. So I don't know if this will be, but if it's after a work day, then it might be. Just while there's nobody here, and I'm letting this charge for a bit. I just wanted to. It's not really an audition, so I don't think it's in that group. Kind of odd casting call. They're looking for someone who's white or South Asian. I mean, they're not that different, but they aren't the same either. Supporting role. But the fact that I don't have a recent acting resume. Nobody's here right now. We're this far in, so I've given them lots of content. So I'm just, oh wow, this is already getting group. Getting a post. Really? I certainly wouldn't want those chairs. I'm not seeing a lot of art. I don't think I mentioned what group I saw it in. That's the thing. But I know what ones I didn't. It's not an audition, so I don't think it's in audition groups. Might be in this one, even if this isn't where I saw it, because that would kind of make sense. But it doesn't look like it is. Okay, I'll finish looking at this later because somebody did just tune in. It was quiet for a little while, and I was taking a bit of a break. But welcome, glad to have you here. So there'll be more of a party. There's more of a party when there's actively people chatting. That looks like you left, so but I'm not sure if you did or not. But it looks like you did. And I won't hop back. But also when G's here, it's at least one extra person. And you can't necessarily see the names, and I'm not sure if I still feel the name, but I don't think they would have rushed off. At least some of them wouldn't have. Actually, I just kind of. It's interesting. There's a chair right here on the other side of this doorway. And I actually saw Dad kind of looking at the couch and the stuff that you often see if you've seen the videos before, the pictures and stuff, and it's like it kind of was looking over his shoulder, and then he turned around and smiled at me and waved. So I saw that with my vision, which kind of makes sense when you think about it in a very literal way too. I saw it with my ability of vision in one way or another. I don't think it would be in here, but let me just take a look. I almost feel like it was in that because I definitely saw that, but that could have been a different group. There's some casting groups that are very similar. Could it be in this group? I don't think so, but could it be? Is the person not responding to my message because the event has been canceled for some weird reason? I don't know. That's weird. That's very odd to me. Very odd, Timmy. All right, and the tablet is over there. Is that correct? Yeah. With that email. So I'm ready to call whatchamacallit. I'm definitely for certain about the day in September. Because I looked at that and I didn't get right back to her, but I held it in my memory pretty good. Pretty sure. So that was the 4th. And then he doesn't stay in Mexico very long either sometimes. Occasionally, but he does kind of seem a little bit shy, but he has responded before. But yeah, so the 4th is for sure. There's definitely, and the 29th is for sure, of this month. There's definitely something on the 6th. An event. Out and about. And that's the one I'm thinking of, I think. Have to figure out about the 14th. But yeah, I think I know a way to find it. So just a moment here. Just while I'm remembering. And I think I've seen all the comments on that post. I can't remember if I messaged it to him or take a minute. So I'm just quickly looking for something while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, that's it right there. Okay. It's not necessarily, but right. That's the one that's tomorrow? Yes. It's the rather, really, more so. So I might not be able to avoid my mother. Because there are certain angels I can't get them because, you can't actually physically drive me. And that's, another part of it. Okay. So as soon as somebody's here, we're going to take a saunter over to the keyboard and have some more fun. Otherwise, I'm keeping this plugged in. And I guess enjoying standing a little bit, too. Okay, maybe I lied. Because when I say those reasons, maybe a party sometimes includes celebrating getting a chore done that you've been avoiding for a few days because you've been doing other chores or distracted or not feeling up to it. But it's like, eventually you got to do it. So, here I am doing it. You do it, let's do it. Tonight's gonna be your good night. Oh no, though. I mean, I did last night, but I was kind of surprised because I did the 4-hour one before. But and my angels, as far as they go, they're just happy to be here with me in general. Even, and some people may say, my goodness, I'd give anything to talk to my angels again, and why are you ignoring them, and blah, 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 blah. And I understand where you're coming from, and I'm not meaning to mock you either. That may have sounded like I was doing so. Not that there's anybody watching right now, or very likely that someone's going to see 2.5 hours in. But you never know. Somebody may be really bored, may really be enjoying this after the fact, but they're just trying to keep up with it, and that could be the same with whirling too, trying to keep up with it, not really sure what they'd want to say, not thinking to pause to decide what they'd want to say, and so therefore, they don't say anything, but they may actually be little by little or all at once enjoying it, getting something from it, and then some may skip ahead a little bit too. So somebody might hear this, and it's important as a content creator to remember those kind of things, sometimes too, right? So, just a little bit of marmalade that fell on the top there. So it is important to remember that kind of stuff. But so in saying that, I will say what I was about to say before I so rudely interrupted myself. But again, I can multi-focus ADHD a little bit, and sometimes, I do. I interrupt myself sometimes, and we get back around. Tomorrow, I'm actually going to have these and kind of remember, although it was a very hard time in my life when my dad passed away. See, that's an example of one. I was very young. I was just about 12. So actually kind of fairly close to when my birthday is. I guess about a month and a half, maybe 2 months before it. But I ate a lot of these around that time. And I got the idea of possibly, I don't want that to lose power. I don't think it will, but because I'm not even at it. But I got the idea of having them, I'm going to probably have a lot of sugar tomorrow. Or is it the day after? Anyway, but what's today's date? But just kind of remember the good times. It's, again, it can be hard to not have those times currently, but to be thankful for the fact that we did have them in our life and that they did mean something to us and we lived them a little bit in our mind is something that I think we should often do, and even I should do it more often. But I mean, a lot of my loved ones, you could say 8-9 months is not super long ago, and it isn't. And I definitely feel that sometimes, but a lot of my loved ones have passed away a lot longer ago from health or auto accidents, mostly a lot longer ago. So I'm used to the fact that both that they have passed away, that they are not in the physical, and I'm used to their presence being around. So sometimes, it's just like when we live with somebody, we're really glad to not be alone and to have somebody there if we want to talk or, need to talk, want to have some laughs, to have somebody there. But sometimes we don't necessarily need to say anything to them. We can do our own thing. That's a good way of putting it, where this was a plate I had growing up, actually. But yeah, so, and I think that which one? There's so many. Sometimes it's hard to decipher. Because I don't always have the visual aspect super strongly, so it's not like I can see which one's coming forth to say something. But actually, they're all clapping. They're all clapping and saying, and I don't always feel that good with this side, but they're all saying, "Oh, good, you're getting a little bit of chores done at a quieter moment in your podcast." There's been some activity, but it was a quieter moment. And there was somebody briefly there, but they seem to have left. So, again, I don't really want to put on, especially as I'm doing physical stuff, and could even say that exerting energy in the podcast, I don't want to put on something with sleeves. I'd want to take it off in 5 or 10 minutes, and I could, I suppose. But why not just have this when my arms are exposed? It might be a little cold, but every now and then I go like this. They're covered, and it's great, and it's stylish, and it's fine. And if you don't think so, no, I'm not going to do it because that's not who I am. But I just took something out of the dishwasher, and I almost wanted to wheel something at you, but I'll choose the spatula because I'm nice. Because nobody's here to And because, again, it's really not who I am. Some people might kind of deserve a little bit of a, I wouldn't actually do it to anybody, and that's not like people pass away. And I wish I could have them back. I really do. But, certain people just like, stay with me else. Perhaps, right? I'm almost slightly surprised to hear myself saying that, but I'm sure that we all can think of somebody. If you think me, don't say it, please. Just never come to my channel again. But I'm sure that we can all think of somebody. I may get triggered about something myself, actually. It'd be like, what kind of party is this? He's an emotional wreck. I only see him. He's sitting here seeming delulu. But anybody who's seen anybody else do this or experienced it themselves will know that it can be very real. And there was somebody, again, only there for a few seconds. At least it looks like it. So how's that? I mean, if that's true, how is that long enough for you to determine? And it doesn't really matter, really, either what you determine as far as with this particular thing coming up. It's what do I feel is right or accurate. And I know what I feel. And I ain't changing it either. So there you have it. But I heard my dad say, this one's for me. This topic that I hear him talking about, somebody needs to say something to him. I feel like he's like, hey, Dad here. And he says, I think you just had a moment where you were actually remembering somebody who, in a moment of frustration and stress and overwhelm and such, may have did say something to you. And one thing I want to remind you is that, first of all, I'm thankful that doesn't stay in your memory and follow you as a trauma. Because actually, it kind of doesn't. And so I was sort of surprised. I even stayed in contact with that person for a while and then didn't, and now we kind of are again. And in fact, she's going to come to drop something off soon. But he says, I understand that was hard for you to go through, but I think that you realize and remember, and I hope that you do, that although it wasn't right, and although it was hard, and I wished it hadn't happened, just like you do, and just like she probably does, says that a lot of good came in my life because of it. Even if it was only brief. Look at the sun coming through the room. I'm noticing it here anyway. He says, you got your own place. You were thinking about that the other day. You found your independence a little bit, and I know sometimes it's something that's a struggle. I'm just having a moment here, and then we'll get... Okay, it looks like that. And you went on with life. And in fact, I don't even remember it being something I thought all that much about forgiving about. It's weird. I know it bothered me at the time, and I think I thought, wow, that's a new low kind of thing. But at the same time, it was kind of like, I very quickly realized that she never would actually do that. She never would actually do it. And I did, even though she sometimes maybe doesn't feel like I do. She knows I do. I remember the good that this person has done for me in my life. And I'm thankful. And maybe some of it, is like, looking for my needs to be met and being a bit selfish. But, she had the vehicle or whatever to help me meet them. But, actually, I could still put on that other stuff. Where is it? I don't know. I thought it was over there. I can't put it on if I don't see it, but that's okay. But, yeah, that she takes her role as your very seriously. That she would do anything for you, even if you don't feel you want her to, or even if you want to be independent, or even if you feel the need to be careful and keep a distance sometimes. You do know that. And I'm very happy that you have her, because you only have me in this way. You have me, and I'm so thankful that you're hearing me today. My cool. He says, I'm so happy that you're sensing me, especially around a time when I think you especially need to. I know you do. I know you miss me. I miss you so dearly. He says, but we're with you, and we want you to have a good time. We want you to enjoy your life as much as possible. And you know that she gets a little bit extra worked up sometimes, more than she needs to in certain moments, as some of us do. You know, I'm a tad more gentle than her approach sometimes is. And I'm sorry in that moment I wasn't there to give that to you. I wasn't there to help you guys through it. But it may not surprise you, he says, that after that, we worked up here, and some of them hadn't passed away by then, I don't think, anyway, but those that have he's back to him, says, we worked up here to put some things in place. And yes, you know, even though we may have a bit more power and a bit more insight here, we will make mistakes just like any of us sometimes, he says. And so, you know, if there was anything that especially still bugs me from that time that I felt was not within my control, he's actually apologizing for that. And I can't think of what it would have been, to be honest. But he says there may have been some stuff. There may have been some stuff that you didn't deserve and that was really hard for you to go through. And I'm just here to say I'm sorry that you went through that. I'm sorry that you've been struggling in some areas in your life, he says. You deserve so much more. He says, I'm so glad that you have some good in your life, and that you have, this thing that you're doing here. It's as if you can't find the words from heaven. He's like, I'm so glad that you have this, and you have people here with you sometimes. And we're always here with you. I just felt like I wanted to step in, as you actually may have been experiencing even slightly a bit of a trigger trauma response to something. And maybe even another one too. Get this. Let's all be very thankful that you could never bring yourself to fully do a certain something. You know what I'm talking about. He says, we understand why you would feel that kind of thing sometimes, why sometimes things just feel so stuck, so not as you feel they should be, so sad. And we miss you, and you miss us. But he says, you're not going to do that to yourself. You're not going to do something to yourself. He says, if it's part of your journey, we will be here welcoming you. You will be accepted. We will understand that you dealt with certain pains as long as you could, and you are free of those now. We know how that works. Most people do. But, we as much as we miss you, he says, we very strongly hope that won't ever do something like that. And I almost sense that he wants to ask me to promise, but I also feel like he also understands that that's the kind of thing that we want to say we won't do, but that I can't make a promise about. But he says, so we will just express our hope that you don't. But I'm going to give it to him. I'm going to give it to my followers, even though it's 3 hours in and there's nobody here right now. I'm going to give it to G if I watch this part back with him. I'm going to say, and I'm actually going to try to avoid it, because if he doesn't even know that it happened, then that's fine. And don't comment on it, since nobody's commenting on it live, that's fine. But at the same time, because I remember I once said to him, I could never actually, though. And it was hard for him because I was kind of surprised by his response. I was like, you should be happy about that. But I think it was more so that being reminded that occasionally the thought may cross my mind at all. Like, I should turn this off, but I have it selected on certain things. Not what I thought I had selected. Oh, that's the voice, though, right? That the certain thing would ever even cross my mind. Maybe he wasn't fully surprised, but it's hard to hear that from a loved one, right? It's hard to hear that. And realize that a loved one is struggling and going through pains that we might not know what to do about. We might not feel that we have the power to help. We may feel stuck as well. And sometimes so do the angels, and sometimes I don't sense them, even with the ability. For whatever reason, other than, being human and there being other factors and distractions and whatever else, sometimes I don't. But I need a water. But I'll get back to the piano because it's sitting here on. I almost want to tell her, but it doesn't seem like people use it, even though we first Teresa. And I'd have to think. I don't know if I'd just send her this section. It's like nobody doesn't hear it anyway, or if I would. So it's not really bad enough to retype it. I'd rather not respeak it. I'd rather just see it as is and realize that we had tender moment. But then I don't know. Okay, this is the question. Do I show my mother? This is the question. And I need an answer. But so I'll take a moment to sit with it. I became the Prince of Town Cavalier. Can't you tell? But I'll take a moment to, it feels a little silly, but I said what I said a little earlier. Somebody may hear it. So just a moment. And I maybe should have said something a little sooner than this. But maybe they stuck around saying, I'm resonating with this. I'm relating with this. I'm just frozen in my feelings. I'm just sitting here kind of almost paralyzed in my feelings. And part of me wants to say, I'm sorry that you went through that if you did. Because, it's not enjoyable. And it's certainly not really the definition of a party. But, I didn't have anybody else here distracting me with much. I needed a little company. Things transpired, But it's okay to feel the feels. It's okay to sit with that a little bit. And you can find healing in doing so as well. It may not be instant. Might not even be today. But you can. And you will. And I can't remember. There was something based on something that I said, maybe just the concept in general. And a lot of people, they struggle with ideation. They never would, but they struggle with ideation sometimes often. And it's not necessarily less serious or less sad or distressing or depressing. But so I'll put this out there, that if that is something that you're struggling with, again, this is a shared channel with me and G, and it's stuff that would be hard for either of us to hear and may or may not trigger him a little bit because of, like I say, that moment that we shared a while back. But, and the fact that I'm not necessarily doing all that much better in my life. That may have been before I was YouTubing more and finding the YouTube community, and it varies, but it might be a little less likely for him to think that if I was doing better. At the same time, if he didn't hear it in what I played, and I know he didn't hear that deep phrase about dying to help and or living to help and dying not getting to sometimes, um, he did. He did. Um, he did. Or he knows how. He doesn't sometimes say much on it. It's true, but I know that it's a good thing and something that I am fairly capable of doing. And just a moment here. Okay, somebody that I'm familiar with is here. I almost didn't see it at first. What's this about? I gotta see. Okay, I'm gonna bring this over here. Just a moment. I almost walked into the wall. Um, was that even recent? 1 minute. I just saw a comment in a friend's chat that I wanted to look at closer. Oh my gosh. No, he's not still there. That's very interesting. That's very, very interesting. That song I was just looking at and planning to do another version of. I just came to this person's chat. Like I say, something caught my eye, but I wrote a comment and I had to refind it. And I just came to this person's chat. Actually, that's good. That's quite nice. Heightens the chair a bit. And near the top, or what's showing to me at the top, and we have two people here. Welcome. Look at your comments in a moment. If you put, is this some of this will seem more like a party than others, but it's really the pre-party, and so there's moments of anyway. But there is somebody, I think more Carl, but Roy instead of Ray, but close enough in my mind, who goes by that said, if I can't, and I'd be curious to watch the playback of this actually. It looks like it was near the top. How long has it been rolling for? An hour and 24 minutes, and that may not be showing. I don't think that's the Crystal I'm familiar with, although I think she's from here. I tried to because this is where I know how to do it, tag him in the chat, but it does. He must not still be there. But it says, if I can't be live for a long time due to illness, doesn't that sound like something I was talking about a few moments ago? I can play the song See You Again a little sooner. That sounds so much like a section of this video. But it's not in this chat. That is, I mean, symbolic. I feel like it's some sort of sign, but my goodness, that is... really the 30th. What was my 30th? What was I made for? I might do that tomorrow. I think I've almost Cade. I was made for Cade. I was made for loving you. Oh, it's on the Barbie movie. Who knew? I he's a dude that likes boy bands, but show me. No, I don't like that song. Okay, I almost saw it. Biologically, it shouldn't have any shape though. I mean, if I can maybe see his comment quickly here. I was really just looking for artists, and I was pretty sure he said, "You should sing my way." Oh, right. I don't see that person in the chat, to be quite honest. Bahoman? Mustakim, not mistaken. Let's come back here for a moment. Anything happening? Yes, there's one person here. So I'm going to jump into this song. Now, it might not seem like much of a party song, but parties can have, what's the word? I'm curious what makes you, what kind of things you like to have at parties. But parties can have kind of, I'm trying to think of the word. Huh. And I associate that song with the group too. No, I'm not going to say that. But somebody was just mentioning another song that actually was part of the group's itinerary one meeting. Anyway, parties can have also moments, and this is just part one of the this week's celebrations. Parties can have moments of, like, what I'm picturing is like people, some sitting on the ground, some sitting on furniture, and they're all just kind of swaying. Maybe they're sipping on something. You know, they're just having a chill moment, for lack of a different way to put it. They're just kind of really enjoying the moment, each other's company, and maybe a bit of a slower I almost think that word melancholy, actually. Does that make sense? Like, it's just kind of like a like they're being lulled, almost lulled. I like how I said that. I said how I like it. Um, just adding a little comment there. Part of me doesn't want to read it because you can see it. It's the bottom one. You're welcome to scroll through the comments, read some of them, and also put some. Somebody was very briefly there. I want there to be some. What I'd really love, Angels, are you listening? Like, if they don't do it, then they're not listening. That doesn't mean that maybe they're talking to themselves, or maybe they had to go visit somebody else right now, or maybe they did hope for it and it just, the algorithms didn't cooperate. But it's kind of like, what I'd really love is to have somebody here hearing my thought behind adding this in, and and understand what I'm saying. And and I can just watch the whole thing back later, honestly. Let me just see something. That might even be an Italian name. The only thing is that I don't know. Mm. Somebody requested a song in that chat, and I'm multitasking a little bit. I shouldn't toggle just in case it freezes, but that I've always kind of felt mixed about. At times, I've certainly related to it, and it is kind of a fun song to sing, but it's deep. It's deep, and I don't even really. I wish it had a different title. First of all, I don't know. It's just maybe I could do an instrumental version of a different style, and it wouldn't even be hugely recognized. Maybe, maybe that'd be very interesting. Is this that song? I've been wondering this whole time, and I think it is, but is it? Because it's a really different version. I'm trying to think of Aaron or anybody else that I want to think about. I was kind of that man, dude, but okay, they are what they are, right? But yeah, she's got this weird. What about when she sings? That background song. That's like how it shows the duration kind of at the top of the video. They start with the first song. Well, that's not an hour and 20 minutes in, but that's what it says. Wouldn't be that weird to ask her to do indie songs. Put a little bit of focus in it. And that probably won't play out of the same device because it never does. Which I don't often do, but I might. And I knew that I'd still done my errand, came back, and it was still, and been home for about 50 minutes, and then went to it, and it was just like a song or two before the Falala song. And anybody that follows Maxi will know that what that means. Maybe they'll be like, I hope that we'll have a moment and say, you know what, I really love What's His Faces, but I know I haven't made it to What's His Faces, and he'd really love that. And then he might also say, and technically the bottom one would be the first one, the second one would be the second one most recent. So he was first. Come on, Ripner. Come on, baby. Just kidding. Maybe I'll just noodle with this, and once people tune in and they hear the coolness, this is going to be another Guinness Record podcast. I think another 4 hour long one. Some people do that. They record kind of a day in their life for the most part. So that's what I'm doing. But I'm pretty sure I closed those doors. That almost sounded like barking. I thought it was a dog at first. It didn't sound like that a moment ago. See, I kind of want to bring him down, but I also don't want to have him get in there. I'm not kind of around to watch him more closely. 42%. Do you hear that? I don't know if it's a malfunction because I have it like half on a setting or something, but there's that extra pulse sound. So again, this is just a moment where, as the one comment here put, some are me, some are other people. You can browse them, and you left or whatever. Maybe it's just a moment for me and my aunt, but you're welcome to be in it as well. I'm not hearing it. Seems to be when I have this, I'm going to do them both. Seems to be the E, C, and the D, but not the G for some weird reason. Oh, well, okay, I guess that's the case. Especially since there's kind of a lot more extra stuff laying down there. I went up there earlier and I closed those doors, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, things so he can't go into things, hopefully. Might go quickly check on him very quickly. Yes, I don't know which way I prefer this. Might kind of do a mixture. I might do a mixture. I'd really love someone to hear this because it's not just me, but it's what I'm doing with the keyboard. Like, how many waters does a guy need? I don't know which one's temperature I'm going to prefer. That's the thing. You're not even going to see that one there. So. But yeah, I did trail off a bit, by the way. So I just want to say, and maybe you thought I would never get back to mentioning it. But I don't know if this chat is actually moving this fast, or if it's just trying to catch up with itself. Just a moment here. I don't want people to think I don't know why I touched mine when he's saying it to her, but I know I can't find it in GNC, and I think even when I've searched, and it's our channel name, when I've searched leading healing part, I don't know if I found it, even though there's no spaces. I should check again, maybe. But I know the other way does work. But let me just quickly check again. Leading. I mean, some people just use that language a lot. Okay. I mean, it's working out because nobody else is here right now. Since you reach a 53%, 1,000 years, 47%. Poll complete. Okay, I've never seen that in a comment. Senorita's okay of a song. I'm not sure if any of it is not English. Yeah, even my own. Yeah, where is it? Oh no, he wasn't super aggressive with this reply to my what it said. But really, that was a weird happening. This guy of a similar culture, she's in Bangladesh, but he I don't know where he is, but he has a Middle Eastern name. And he said that she should try and sing without her accent and she'd be better. All the best. And I saw that he was trying to help, and I did see some positivity in that. However, I said some people, when they sing, don't have their accent. But if they do, that's meant to be. She has a unique voice, but she's not that bad. I don't think she's going to worry. She's going to say, okay, I feel like I sense that she's the type that would say, and he left, I think, right, went to the other person. She's the type that would say, guys, please don't fight. Let's try and get along. I mean, I was just giving him some feedback on his feedback, sure, unasked for, but she didn't really ask for it either, to be honest. And I guess I was sort of standing up for her. Like, I mean, yeah, she's got a unique voice, which I've always honestly, personally felt a little bit mixed about myself. And I actually haven't really been watching her content a lot lately. But it's like, there's no need to be so pissed off. And I forget what his exact wording was, but it was something like, you shouldn't do this to your subscribers. And I was like, I'm not saying it to my subscribers. I mean, potential subscribers, possibly, but, it was just a little bit of feedback input. And then he says, I'm going to leave because of you. We're gonna leave this dream because of you. It's like that wasn't necessary. You could just say, okay, maybe I could have chosen my words a little bit better and apologize. He could have apologized to her for saying it and moved on. I mean, again, I did see that he was trying to be helpful and that it wasn't intended to be a hurtful comment. It just really wasn't necessary. I guess that's what it was, RJ left us a bit. I've seen somebody mention a song, and I'm not sure if I know it or would want to do it, but I am going to do this one. And again, 1, 2, it's 3 comments in the chat. Some of them are me, some aren't, and it's just been a bit of a quiet point. Okay, whatever. Fine then. See if I care. I do kind of, but anyway. Ooh, I got to plug this in. I better get to it soon. Either that or go over there and plug it in. I think I will plug it in for a few minutes. It says 35%, 55 minutes that it would last, but I don't know if I believe that necessarily. But I realize, and I could be speaking to someone, it's true, who heard what I was kind of speaking about a little earlier ago, resonated, related, and said, yeah, and the thing is that and it's sometimes, it's hard too. The thing is they may say and relate to the fact that sometimes I wish I could just, take my life, go to heaven, live happily ever after. Life's hard. But they might also be a similar kind of person who feels like, if I have to multitask to do a task, I guess I can do that, and then I do that. And before long, then I'll maybe bring the dog down because I'll probably be finished not long after that. But who feels like I can't do it. So what's your message for me? Okay, you're obviously ADHD, you're obviously multi-focusing, you're trying to keep the party going, but I'm still here and I'm still listening. Possibly. Doesn't look like it. Certainly isn't that way live. Nobody's here, or it's certainly not indicating it. Usually it's accurate, but somebody might see it afterwards. Somebody might actually think, many people might actually think, this is a long video, but you know what? I'm just looking for ways to pass the day and pass my time in this difficult existence and the life that I'm having and that I'm living right now and with the struggles that I'm having and living it, to my full potential. And I'm just, it's gloomy out, or I don't have much money, or I can't get near for whatever reason. Sound familiar? And they might be like, I saw this. I felt in party mode. I was liking what I was enjoying, even if it was after the fact. And they might, I don't know. Maybe it's semi-wishful thinking. You're talking this up a little bit. Maybe it's not. We don't know, right? But they might actually think, so, and I was really liking his vibe. And, maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. Skip ahead a little bit. And they might be hearing this part. And they might be like, okay, he was about to say something. I was really curious. He got distracted. Let's skip ahead a little bit. Who knows? I could be wasting my breath and I could be wrong. I could be right. I may be wrong, but for all I know, I may be right. You're gonna add to the flavors of the joy. But and again, if she's ever said she doesn't like me doing this, I've not heard it because I've sometimes been rolling live or been so focused on the chat and not having an ADHD moment, because that does happen, and I've not heard her say it. But she might be like, you know what, we're here to support each other. It's okay to talk about your own content, get a little bit of attention for it. I've got lots of chats to keep up with, lots of songs. I'm happy with my podcasting life, and but and keep it soft, don't hurry. And so like I said, I'm more looking at the chat than listening to it because I'm doing this. And so I'm going to do a song next, and 1, 2, 3 comments from the bottom underneath the one that should jump out to you because it has some caps, which is not shouting, it's emphasizing. That says, "Stay tuned, please." There is a comment which I hope will set the tone for this. If you've seen the title, if you don't see that comment, you might be like, this is a party? Let me tell you, it's had some party moments, and the party will continue through the week. But I am going to do this song because it's special to me, and it might resonate with you. And I found some cool keyboard things to do it with. So we do have somebody here. I'm slightly feeling a sensation that's calling me upstairs briefly, but I'm going to try and ignore it to do the song. Maybe you'll put a comment once I know that you're here and happy to chat, or I know that you're here watching that, so that's good. But then if it's who I think it is, you're not shy, or at least you're open to being in the chat section. And if it's not who I think it is, hopefully you're not shy and open to being in the chat section. Thanks for the third like. I think that just showed up, or was it already there? No. Anyway, do feel free to like and subscribe as well, and hit the notification bell. And comments are not forced, but invited. So again, this song is special to me, might well be special to you or become special to you. And I'm going to be doing it with an Italian waltz style, and I'm going to be doing it with vocal effect. And I'm winging it. I just kind of put this together a little bit earlier in this podcast. I was liking it. So, but what I'm going to try and do, because there's something very cool. We've got both hands. That's as loud as it goes. So hopefully you can hear it okay. Maybe use headphones if you can't. But I like just having the sound effect, but then I also want to have the accompaniment. So I'm going to do a bit of both. I'm glad that these squished chords, I tried them out and they kind of do make sense. Okay. Please be patient and forgiving with me if I need to restart or if I mess up. I've been musical all my life. It's just that I've not played this song a lot. And it is going to be, ironically, Best Life. See you again. Which, if it's again who I think is watching, it's very ironic that one of the comments there seemed to be mentioning none of us know how long we'll be alive. We may have an idea if we have health problems or whatever, or live a dangerous, adventurous life. We might be taking some risks or whatever, but none of us really knows. And I also feel like they mentioned this song, and I had thought about it about half an hour prior. Before noticing. That's what prayer means. Anyway, I'm sure you knew that, but okay, let's give this a try here. Now, it's kind of like I'm having to be a DJ a little bit, so it is a skill. I also play instruments without the fancy stuff, but one thing I want to pay attention to is this third button, autofill. There's an intro button. And the person left. They were there for like 5 minutes. It looks like you have any. That's a long ass intro. That's a really long intro, and I'm not sure. I might incorporate this, especially with the mindset that I'm having with it. I might incorporate it in the next couple podcasts as well. I have to really watch, though, because unfortunately there's too much plugged into that, and I don't know what some of the things are. So we're at 32%. It says an hour and a few minutes remaining. I don't know if that's accurate. It looks like it's very low, the charge. But after I do this song, I'll go over there and plug it in and talk a bit more. But yes. Oh, hi, Night. Man, it's like night and day. And it's actually kind of ironic that somebody with a picture of a knight in armor commented on my video last night. Welcome. First time to the channel? And have you ever, and if not, how did you come across it? Oh, you did, eh? Okay, cool. Yeah, she's got a neat style, and she's pretty cool. So you're a knight in shining armor, are you? On a noble steed? Okay, so anyway, the comment, again, it wasn't shouting, it was emphasizing 3 below the one above that says, stay tuned, please. I just subscribed to your channel, bruh. Oh, thank you. I mean, I love that word. I do. Subscribe, your channel, bruh. I love them all. I'm a very diverse person, and you will learn about me. Yesterday, I did one that was actually just a little bit longer than this one, which was the longest I've ever done, although some of them are long. Thanks for all the hearts. I opened up a bit, and I hope that you accept diversity, because you'll get that with me, musically and otherwise, in all good ways. But yeah, so basically, and so what you're going to get with me at the moment is, what are you going to play? So again, the comment 3 under, stay tuned, because I briefly went upstairs. I put it there, and I was noodling with this, but I'm going to keep noodling with it. And if you have a song request or a topic request, something you like to talk about or that you feel you need support with, feel free to put it. I keep trailing off from a very important topic, which is me and G in the GNC. Let's go with something I'll sing with you. What do you like to sing? Anyway, I don't know if you'll know this or not, but it's okay if you don't. And remember to like as well and hit the notification bell so that you get the notification. I go live almost every day. And this is a celebratory week, And so basically, yeah, I just wanted to kind of finish what I was saying just before you tuned in. And I'm going to do it out in the kitchen, and then I'll do the music, because this has to plug in. It's turning on energy saver, so that means that I should do this. And I appreciate your patience. You talk a lot. Yeah, sometimes. We all do when we have thoughts in our head we're trying to keep up with, or we feel like something is passionate and important to say. No need to cry. I say a lot of great things, and I hope that you will come to agree with that. But there was something that transpired in this video a little earlier. Nobody was there at the moment when I said it, and it is something I'm very passionate about, and that is very important. It's deep, it's true, but basically, in a nutshell, I just want to say that anybody who sees my content, if you're struggling with something in your life and you don't necessarily want to reach out to someone you're close with, or you don't know who to reach out to, don't hesitate to reach out to us. Although it may be hard for us to know that you're struggling, lots of us are struggling in life, and it would make us all feel good. It would make both of us feel good to help you through that, and hopefully make you feel better because of our help. So, okay, I was a little bit worried because it said that battery saver thing, and I'm just wondering, can I figure out what's plugged in here and get it plugged in over here? It's the only outlet, right? I believe. One of them is the keyboard, so I don't want to touch that. One of them is the phone base. I'm not sure. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I want this to plug in a little bit. What? I'm sorry? Really? You have a fire that just broke out in your house? Oh my gosh. Well, that is almost worth crying about, but hopefully you splash some water on it, or I hope that this doesn't spray when I pick it up. But yes, we do actually happen to have one of these. It was in the house when we moved. If you have one of these in your house, give that a try. Don't blow on it. But you can keep this going in the background, and hopefully you can put the fire out and get it under control and say, okay, Things just got a little bit burnt. All is fine. The house is still standing. She burnt the whole kitchen, and now I'm going to be a firefighter. How's that for a party? I mean, I'm not meaning to laugh at this situation, but in fact, I was just about to ask while I'm letting my device charge a little bit before I do what I was going to do. But it's interesting because that's not the person from there that I invited here. But of course, when you put an invite in a chat, more than one people will see it. It's the first person I think that's made it obvious, or at least in a long while. But well, I'm gonna put it here just in case. I mean, I know that I kind of acted a little bit shocked. I maybe did kind of do a little bit, but I think he was still here and hopefully heard me say that. Like, I hope everything will be okay. One of our viewers looks like they may have had a house fire start. I'm back. My wife was just lying. Were you saying that to get my attention? I mean, you already had it, You had me at hello. Just kidding. Sorry, I'm just being goof. But you shouldn't lie about that. I would see that as jinxing it, What's that emoji? What kind of animal is that? I would see that as jinxing it. Hopefully you don't actually have one. Either way, there have been a lot of fires in certain areas. Oh, yeah, what would you like to hear me sing? Give me some song ideas. I mean, I have one, but give me some song ideas because I'm charging my device right now and I can't charge it by the keyboard. I could. The guitar doesn't have a strap, does it? Is there a place to put? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Just give me some song ideas and I'll try and do them. But yeah, there are places I haven't heard recently, but I don't follow the news much that might still be dealing with fires or bad weather stuff, and it's causing a lot of devastation. So let's keep our thoughts with them that they get through it, that they don't suffer too much as a result of it. Sing country songs. My voice, my singing voice especially, is very suited for country songs. I do know a lot of country songs. What country songs might you like to hear? And there are country styles on that keyboard, but I kind of want to keep it at what I have it set at. But I can sing something a cappella, or I can grab the guitar for sure. Heck, it's gonna be 45 minutes. And yes, I am glad that your house didn't burn down, but your wife has a twisted sense of humor. Country roads. You really like the emojis, don't you? I'm not sure if I'm quite understanding the usage of them, but country roads has the word country in it, but I wouldn't necessarily call it a country song. I'll do that one. Sure. Do you want it a cappella? Or do you want it on guitar? I attach song to memories, and I'm not the only man. You're an emoji man. I feel the feels is okay, but as long as you're not too emotional. But it's okay. I mean, this song makes me think of, and do you want it on guitar or a cappella? How many instruments you got? Quite a few, actually. But I play personally myself 2+ voice. I mean, yeah, I do a little bit on bongos, but and I'm not meaning anything with my body language with the arms crossing. But yeah, I used to go to music jams in my old neighborhood when that place was there and was a music venue. And we often would do country roads. It was just a bunch of random musicians. One of my friends that used to come had passed away. One of his mother passed away at 104 recently. And a couple of people that used to go to that have passed away. So play any of them, brother. Guitar? Okay. Sister worked in the... You're like, what? What's that? So, yeah. And I think I also did this one at karaoke quite a bit. Rip Ray. I don't remember if this is the one that really got people dancing, because it's not exactly a dancey song. Yep. I was going to say, are you, but then I remembered you told me. It was a weird experience. I married, it's like, I'm married to a wife. You can never know these days. Anyway, basically, yeah, I'm trying to remember. It really should. No, I think it was Reagan Wheel, which is kind of country too. Okay, here we go. I want to show you what I got because I was given musical talents, and I think that that's one thing I was made for. One reason I was born. It came into my life at quite a young age. I'm becoming a year older this year. I'm just going to grab the pick that I left by the piano. I'm becoming a year older this year. So, we think about what's been a big part of our life, what we've been given in this life. I'm using a bread clip because I'm sorry. My wife did not. You're also typing a lot in caps, but I'm pretty sure you're not shouting. I don't know if you're, and I think that's the crying so hard you're laughing emoji, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know if you're just trying to get responses out of me and being silly or joking, or if that's true. I'm not judging, but I'm curious if it's true. I definitely have some things to say about it. Again, it's not a judgment kind of thing, but okay, but I really would like to know if you were being accurate with that comment. And you're the only one here right now at this moment, so we can have a private moment and talk about that. And I'm totally happy to be here for you. I also play guitar at church. I'll just say this much. Before I start the song. And I guess your wife is around right now. You like chores. I just did one. And I think I finally covered that thought. So if you're married to a woman, I know some people would disagree with this, but I would say you're likely bi. I would hope that your wife would accept you if that is the case. Just because you may have more of a preference or curiosity about the same does not mean that you don't still love your wife, that you might not, and you can also be of faith. That I'll just say that you can also be of faith and be at church, although you might want to be careful who you tell there. In a nutshell, those are my feelings, and I understand. And speaking of stand, I'm wondering. I'm sorry to delay it a bit more, but no, that stool's not very comfortable. I'm not because I have my device plugged in. I'm standing, and I have arthritis and some health issues. Are you still there? It looks like you left. I was moments away from finally starting the song, just so you know. And even though I said how it's kind of special to me, I kind of only want to do it if you're here to hear it. And I hope that you are, because sometimes the indicator's a bit wonky. But I hope that you are, because, again, I believe in my musicality, and sure, maybe I get a little bit into storytelling. Okay, my wife is a paragon of grace, a fair light midst of the world's dim glow. Her countenance, I don't know that word. You're sounding a little bit Shakespearean, actually. Doth outshine the morn, and her virtues are the stars that never fade. Well, and everybody get to the song, and then you put a very deep comment like that. I'm curious what your thoughts are about what I said about the other thing you said, by the way. And that is that from something, or did you create that yourself? That is definitely poetic, and I like it. And I might like to put it into. Do you have it in a song? Do you post content? Are you musical? Where are you watching from, by the way? So I have a lot of curious questions when I'm getting to know somebody. I also wrote some song lyrics myself tonight, and I wouldn't mind some thoughts on, or I wouldn't mind if you added. I did hear all your words, brother, and I appreciate you. Cool. God is love. God makes a diverse world, and very cool. I'm originally from Windsor, Ontario, close to Edmonton now. Yeah, I think we definitely have some things in common. Do you post content? Are you musical? Um, I almost want to, I mean, I feel like you need to hear this. And I almost want to say one other thing before I start the song because you commented these things and I'm thinking things. I'm studying in George Brown. Okay, cool. What are you studying? How old are you? Out of curiosity. The thing is that I'm in the community. I'm also kind of non-binary. I talked about it recently in my video on the 31st, a couple days after that. And I've only somewhat been surprised, but also not, that my spouse has supported that. I'm a chef under training and I'm 22 years old. Okay, I'm almost in my 40s, so I'm getting old, but I'm still kind of young. And what's your specialty? I mean, I'm not a vegetarian vegan, but I'm not a big meat eater either. In fact, I'd like to have some of this wine cheese. No, actually, I don't because I want to have lunch soon. I might have to eat on the podcast, but I do feel that Carl is with us in spirit as well. I wonder if you ever knew him. Well, he taught in schools. He taught on boats, or he did. Okay. Okay. I mean, mixed feelings about it. Mixed feelings, but that's okay. And I don't know why you're assuming I have kids. I don't actually. But yes, one thing that my spouse once said to me, and I honestly took it mixed, but it's been since then that he's given me wigs and accepted, even though the other name I go by is kind of still masculine and that showed that he was open to the change. Said nobody's going to be everything you want them to be. But if you love them enough or you like them enough, you accept that. Yeah, like I say, I'm not a big meat eater and I have certain feelings, but I also have ARFID, so I try not to limit my diet too much. I do get it in. I do get it occasionally because when it's done the right way, I like it. You were learning, and because I also noticed, and a lot of people do it, and they don't mean anything by it, but I also noticed you said was gay. Sexuality is a very spectrum fluid thing, I think, for most people, and so I don't think it, and therefore I'm tempted to say most people are bi for the most part. I somewhat agree with that. But anybody who says no, I'm very very strongly gay. Okay, well then you weren't you are, But yeah, anyway, not to go on to that anymore. I don't think I really need to at the moment. But and again, I think the indicator's being a bit wonky. Here's nice to see this. Hey, I did a couple songs about brother, and also one called "Before You Go" in a video recently. So feel free to check that out at some point under the live streams. What is the charge at here? 39%. Think about it. Something like that. Yeah, my knees, my getting old knees, and my legs, my arthritis. I'm noticing it, but I have to keep this plugged in. And we have a lot of stuff and a lot of furniture and some old-fashioned plugs that have sliders. Like there's not a lot of good places to plug things in. I think I'm actually going to do what I often do: bring the guitar to the couch for a moment. And there is a spot I can plug this in there, and I often do. Hopefully the indicator's wrong. You're still there. I'm going to finally do Country Roads, and then I'm going to do the other one. And then in about an hour, I'll call G, and I have somebody dropping something off, but they won't. And I'm going to give something to them, but they won't be here for very long. And I'm fine because it's my mother, who I still kind of have some mixed feelings about lately, and her narcissistic toxicness. But she's trying, and she's mostly doing okay. And you could say she's the only parent I got. I do have a step, but I don't really. I don't know, mixed about him too, to be honest. Are you still there? Just checking. And I know I just sat down, but I forgot my water. It's good to be hydrated. And I have ADHD, and I get distracted easily. But it's all going to be worth it. You know, people move around and, you know, have a lot of energy sometimes when they're partying, and there's different types of partying, right? So, or different modes, I guess. What is something that you like to have included at every party? I mean, I feel like there's a lot of very generic, very kind of standard answers to that, I suppose. Maybe something unique. What's something unique that you like to have at your parties? I hope you're still there because I'm ready to play the song finally. Like I said, your comments were distracting me. I think if I was trying to play knowing they were there, I'd probably be like curious, and I know I would be able to see them afterwards, but I know I also have another song kind of on my mind that I want to do after, and so I might forget or just miss them, or I don't know. I like to try and look at and address them as I see them. I mean, you know, there will be times when things are a little bit slow, but um, um, oh, okay, huh. I was just looking back at the Terra one that I have open right now as well. And RJ, who I think saw the videos for the first time, but I've talked with him there a couple times. Saw my videos for the first time. Had been in there, left, came back, and I almost feel like it's a little too early for Maxis, but maybe I'm wrong. Had been in there, left, came back, and they can post at least every came back, and I noticed and was going to type something to him, but oh, it's weird. It didn't update the chat at first. I was like, oh, Knight's in here too, but the video had finished, so. And I don't know. It doesn't seem like you're still here. I don't know what your actual first name is, so I guess I'll call you Knight. I wouldn't give mine. That's why we go by initials, because it is YouTube. But I feel like that's almost a little bit different as a content creator versus just someone in chat. Not that, you know, they are important too. Oh, wow, I'm here before some of the regulars, and he's been rolling for 18 minutes. May know that one. I mean, I was talking with him. I was appreciating his comments, and I think he appreciated that and getting to know each other. But in Toronto, it's not that much of a time difference. But maybe he was just kind of feeling like, okay, I don't really feel like chatting anymore. But this guy seems like he'd rather chat than play me a song suggestion. So away I go. Or maybe you are still here and it's just not indicating. And if you are, again, let me know, because I'm really about to do the song. So yeah, I moved that to another time, and then I almost didn't find it. Those two aren't recent, but that one is. That was back with Dawn. That was like 3 or 4 weeks ago. That is a really neat name. If that's the last name, Onioleric Hoek. I think that's a abbreviated first name. Ironic because that was also the name of the night last night. Onioleric Hoek. Come on down. I'm saying fancy names. I should work for The Price is Right. Or some other announcing show. I'm about to send this right as it comes into things. So it was a house fire. I mean, they jinxed it first. Sorry. That's weird. Until I loved that guy, I didn't see the second part of his name. I could do this from Angels or the other one I was thinking, but I do want to let this charge a bit more too. So far we've had viewers from Poland and Ontario, Canada, and I don't know where the other person was from. Although I almost think he did say it was his actual name, but a lot of people probably go by it fakely. Sorry, I was just sending a message to someone because now someone else I follow posts daily at the same time. And I don't know if there's a thing to that or not, but I post daily, not always at the same time. Just came into things there. So, okay. Sorry, so much open. I'm just going to do that. Okay, bring it over here, something like that. I don't know. Almost closed this tab because I accidentally put it in its own window, but I have a lot of windows open right now, so I tried to put it back, and then I tried to put it back right around kind of where it was in the open tabs, and I almost clicked the X. Yeah, it's too early to call G still. So it's probably just finished work. At the 4:03 mark, I briefly And actually, often when I say that, it's just like a couple minutes, like literally 2. I know a couple can have various meanings. I'm not disagreeing necessarily, but literally 2. And that piano's been staying on. I don't want to make the screen die, but I don't know if it would. It might have a pretty good, it's not battery operated. Oh, other things, yeah. Nobody's here yet. I'm just going to go back over here for a moment. Even though his house didn't actually burn down, he kind of left abruptly. I don't know if it was something. Like I said, maybe, and he was kind of patient, but if he'd only been a few more seconds more patient, then I don't even think I need to re-explain myself to this. He's about this song. This particular friend comes in from one chat to the other, then I'd be happy just to be here and hearing it, hopefully. Whoops. Hey, I didn't. Uh-huh. Okay, cool. Next. Okay, that's as much as I'm going to try. I almost don't want to see his response. If he's just already too entranced and lulled by what's his face and still not going to do it, even with all my good points. Hopefully he will be here. I'm not going to try more. And again, I don't really want to see him say no. I guess if he doesn't show up, that might say, but I know he does care about me and like me. At the same time, I don't know. And if somebody shows up that doesn't say anything, I'm just going to maybe assume that it's him. Although I also think that he'd say something. He's not exactly shy, and I think he would, especially once he sees my vibe in the video. Not to toot my own bugle, but it's pretty darn good, isn't it? My bugle? My bugle or my toot? Just kidding. Now, where did I? Right there. Okay. Where's Barry? I think it's upstairs. And he wouldn't judge that even. I almost want to go grab it. Not my bugle. Don't get too excited. No filter. If you see that coming, you should have. If you have kids around, you should have popped your headphones in and covered their ears. Or realized he was mentioning an instrument. Here's what a bugle looks like, kids. Here's a picture of a bugle. Here's some facts about bugles. Learning moment. You see? And if you don't have kids, you know, accept the bugles as they are. And yeah. Because I'm just kidding. But I'm being very serious about it. Okay, there's a part of me that does want to see, though. I also just want to quickly see something else. Unless he's just catching up and seeing comments I might not be seeing, he really actually seems to be more so kind of ignoring mine. Again, he often doesn't. He's a very nice and diverse fella, but he does seem to kind of be. Oh, wow, he's got his hair down. I just processed that. He does seem to kind of be ignoring mine. Um, okay. I don't want to be pain equals bread. Yeah, I've seen that. Nicotine. Pumped a lot of tane. Back in my karaoke days, more so not when I heard Carolyn sing it, but back in my karaoke days when I heard somebody else sing this, or when I would sing it actually, and sometimes when somebody else would sing it, I would see the lyrics, and I would see what they were, and or what it said that they were. I actually forget. I just have to really quickly run upstairs because our dog can get into things, and yes, he can push doors open. Actually, I kind of really rather him be down here. I think it'd be okay while I do that other song. I mean, Mother soon, very, very briefly, that would probably bring her down. But I kind of like to bring it down. And get a hot shot while I'm doing music. I guess with having mods, it is helpful for them to know. It's helpful for them to have an idea. I mean, it's usually kind of late-ish morning, nighttime, sometimes evening, and of course when they get a bit long into the middle of the day. But sometimes that's when I'm resting. Look at bitch face. No, just kidding. I am briefly away from the screen, but it is about 1 o'clock. I haven't eaten a lot today, and I'm just going to have a little something. Just a little bit. Pizza party part of the party, or whatever food and beverage you have handy. Get it and enjoy it. Make sure that you wipe your hands off on a napkin or your clothes so you can comment. I don't know why it's going back there. And I appreciate it. And she's a bit there, but this will just take a moment. Just kind of help me focus briefly. Oh, sometimes to say, oh, it's not this place, but I know the answer to that. Should probably. Yeah, I definitely love this. Lots of cheese stuff in. I'm gonna let a bit of fresh air in. So far, I'm not seeing that stuff under there. I know it's there, and I know it's under that cushion there. I know it's been kind of not just because it slides and bounces out. I know it's been like falling like indoor snow with a mind of its own. There's a title. There's a title. There is that title. Shall we write that song for a moment? Maybe. Maybe. But then I wouldn't want to make a mess when I still have 1 or 2 other songs I want to do over there. one of them neck pillows, folks. One of those neck pillows that has, I didn't know what it was stuffed with, but it got stuck in our couch and it ripped, and the stuff is kind of going everywhere. And I don't know why or how, but I've got to deal with it later today. And it looks like dandruff with little pieces of snow. And so I don't recommend getting those, because if that ever happens, it's a mess. I mean, you can always clean a mess, but still. But yes, it's sunny and blue sky out, but it's a bit windy and probably cold because it's starting to get that way. You want to go? Come on. Come on. Come on. You've already had a thing. I should have just left you up there, apparently, eh? But hopefully you'll quiet down when I start doing a song. So, you know what, though? Country Roads is one of those songs, even though I have some special feelings about it, it's one of those songs that I almost would like to play around a little bit with. So, style-wise, to kind of make it my own. Or not my own, but to give it my own version. But I think the lyric is pumped a lot of pain. Hopefully she will. Okay, so what is this charged at now? I know I was going to do it on the guitar. I think that's what our viewer who requested the song had suggested, but they weren't able to stay. I'm at 52%. This drops kind of quick, so maybe I kind of want to play with the styles for all three songs, though. So I don't know why he was barking over there, but be an odd place for his ball to be, and I looked, I didn't see it. I should kind of try and plan around, but I started plenty early today with this, and it just is one of those ones that got a little bit long. It might even be longer than yesterday's. Almost as well received too. But ooh, that feels like a real knot to my lower leg. But yeah, it. Sometimes I do it in two. I could have done it in the previous one, or I mean, could do it in one afterwards. But I don't know. Oh, it is there. Okay. No, don't be annoying with it. And I'm tempted to. I am. But again, this one already has a build-up, which is appreciated. And I know that they can be about 7 or 8 hours long before YouTube, makes it like just a temporary post. I'm pretty sure. I've seen that. But there's a part of me that's thinking, what if I just start another one with just those songs? Because it's a neat combination of songs. And it might intrigue somebody who, may be a little bit OCD. And think, oh, if I'm going to watch something, I want to be able to watch it all, and I want to be able to watch it all in one shot, because otherwise I'm going to feel like I've missed something, which, yeah. Okay, so I think I'm going to do that. Much as I'd like to keep this going, I mean, I'm mixed feelings about that, whatever. So, okay, here we go.